Go Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right. It is Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning and happy Saturday to all of you college football fans that are out there. I am Brennan Baxter alongside Carter Freeman and Jake Riepma, who is boots on the ground out in Arizona. And we have got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Some huge football games with a lot of college football playoff implications on the line. Oklahoma at Alabama this afternoon. Boomer Sooner for Carter. You have got, obviously, the Texas-Georgia matchup tonight, but some 11 a.m. games, too. Game day is out in Pittsburgh. Notre Dame at Pittsburgh. It is going to be a ton of fun. Here in the new studios, Jacob Ray on the ones and twos for us. We've got Jordan Scruggs from Horns 24/7 Sports coming on at 9:40. Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech star linebacker. We had an interview with him earlier this week. That will be on as well, too. So, Carter, it is going to be a fun show this Saturday morning.
Absolutely, man. We've got basically college football playoff eliminator games today for local programs, right? You have Texas going to Georgia, looking for a little revenge from what they got last year, I should say. Georgia ends up beating Texas twice in both the regular season and the SEC championship game. And Alabama's looking for some revenge on OU because OU, an awful OU team last year, which 6-6, just for OU, that's awful, right? They basically end Alabama's chance of making the CFP last year. But both of them, Alabama's on a heater. They've won 8 games in a row ever since they lost to Florida State to begin the year, which still looks like one of the most ridiculous results of the entire season. But if OU loses this game, they'll have 3 losses. They'll basically be out of college football playoff contention. So there are some really big games today. But I'll tell you what, the biggest game is what we're covering today. We got boots on the ground with Jake Riepma, our very own, out in Tempe to cover West Virginia and Arizona State. Jake, how's the weather? How are the vibes in Tempe right now?
Guys, you knew I would have to find a way to visit my spirit animal and the kingdom he has built in Kenny Dillingham and activate the Valley. It's an early kick, 11 a.m. local time, which is, I believe, the earliest game they've played at Sun Devil Stadium since 2014 when Arizona State played Washington State back when the Pac-12 existed. But at the team hotel with the West Virginia Mountaineers, you know what? Listen, a lot on the line here in this Big 12 matchup between Arizona State and West Virginia. But no, in all seriousness, what a beautiful area. You land, you got the desert feel and the Camelback Mountains everywhere you're looking. And the last time I was boots on the ground was at Lavelle Edwards Stadium for BYU action, and a little bit different of a tone with the mountains. But nonetheless, I feel like if I'm going to go see college football this year, I'm going to either see mountains or country roads.
But definitely West Virginia. Wherever he ends up, West Virginia will be there. No show in the DFW Metroplex covers West Virginia Mountaineer football quite like Fan University. I want that to be put out there.
Which is huge for what this season of college football is with West Virginia, at 4-6. Maybe bowl eligible, West Virginia.
You win out. You make a bowl game. Looking at the way West Virginia started this season, never would have thought they'd have a chance at bowl eligibility. And yet, here we are.
And in all seriousness, Arizona State does still have a path to Arlington in the Big 12 title game. It is a little rocky, but if they win out, they could cause some chaos in that conference, still sitting there at 4-2. So it's going to be very interesting. But Carter, your Oklahoma Sooners, I wanted to get to this game first, and then we've got some coaching news. We're big on the coaching cycle here at Fan U on 105.3 The Fan, but Oklahoma at Alabama, 2:30 kick. If Oklahoma wins this game, they do now kind of control their own destiny to the college football playoff as well. Your thoughts on your Sooners going into Tuscaloosa? We talked about it right before the show, 6.5-point underdogs, but OU has a really good chance to win this game.
It's fun. This is going to be a really fun game, I think. And I look at that because last week for Alabama, they end up struggling with LSU. And LSU has a good defense, but this was a home game in Tuscaloosa where LSU's fired their first game, having fired their head coach, Brian Kelly. He's gone. Garrett Nussmeier, the LSU quarterback, I think he has a broken hip. The dude can't move. So you're dealing with an immobile quarterback. And the only reason that LSU didn't make that game closer was their own fault. Alabama did nothing in that game to really make me think, okay, like they're dominant, like they're what they were when they were beating Vanderbilt and they were beating all the ranked teams in a row that they beat. They didn't look like that against LSU, and I'm wondering during this 8-game winning streak have they maybe not lost steam, but has some of the absolute excellent play that they've had, is that wearing out a little bit? And they can't run the ball worth anything. And OU has one of the best defensive lines in the country, though. Jaden Jackson, one of OU's best defensive tackles, may or may not play in this game, but guess what? Grayson Halton can step in. David Stone can step in. Dominic Williams can step in. Marcus Strong can step in. You've got so many guys.
Depth. Lots of depth.
OU's probably going to miss R. Mason Thomas, their best pass rusher in this game. He's doubtful with the hamstring that he pulled against Tennessee, but OU's defense is so deep that their secondary also can contain the Alabama passing game.
Yeah, and this is the 4th best run defense in the country for the Sooners, so that's going to be a game to keep an eye on. But Jake, James Franklin, old Penn State head coach who was let go during the season. It kind of got announced by Pete Thamel on game day this morning before we went on air that he is in talks with Virginia Tech to be their next head coach. And so before we get into some of these other games, and then at 9:20, we've got a deep dive in some college football playoff rankings and Mac Rhodes from Baylor taking a leave of absence. A lot of drama here today on Fan University. But thoughts on James Franklin heading to Virginia Tech and what that move could mean for the Hokies?
Boy, you said it, and how different it is less than 24 hours later after seeing the reports from On3 that perhaps Ed Orgeron would be the next head coach, or at least was in discussion with Virginia Tech and what that might look like. And, the three of us were discussing this, obviously, in our pre-show meeting as the news was breaking that, man, just Virginia Tech and James Franklin seems like a really good fit for a lot of different reasons. And, not that you feel bad for a guy like James Franklin that's making a ton of money to not coach. He's we always say the best job in the world is to be a fired coach and have that buyout paid off. But man, James Franklin at Virginia Tech makes a lot of sense. And if he would be able to go to a place like Virginia Tech and restore them to what they were in, some of those really early years for us growing up with the Michael Vick era and so on and so forth, where they were a legitimate contender year in and year out, and maybe not have the pressure or the expectations to win a national championship or bust, but just be really good, relevant, and essentially that is the James Franklin blueprint to a T. And I said it pre-show, I'll say it again, if he could replicate what he did at Penn State over the last 10 years at Virginia Tech, I think they'd build a freaking statue for him. Virginia
Tech needs their floor. They need to raise their floor because it's been too low for too long. Like even the end of the Frank Beamer era there, they weren't competing for ACC titles, and that was something they were used to, or Big Ten or Big East titles before that, way back in the day. If we're talking about conferences that don't exist anymore in a football sense, that is. But Virginia Tech, like you mentioned, they're a historic power to a degree that's really fallen off with Justin Fuente, with Brent Pry. Like, they have the capability to compete in the ACC, and they have the capability and the want and the desire to end up being a team in the ACC that is constantly competing for conference titles and college football playoff spots. And if they do end up locking in James Franklin, I think that'd be an excellent hire. And one other thing I know about him, when he was at Penn State, he dominated Virginia recruiting. All the best recruits in Virginia went to Penn State. They didn't go to Virginia Tech. They didn't go to Virginia. They went to him. So you get him in state, those kids start going to your school instead. Not that Virginia is Texas or California, but still, if you're one of the flagship programs in your state, you want to keep those kids in state. And James Franklin would do that.
Right. And I think for him, too, at Penn State, especially the last 5-7 years, it was, can you win the big game and can you win the national championship? This is a guy that last year went to the national semifinal game, almost beat Notre Dame to play in the national championship. And then they come out this year, the loss to Oregon sets them back, and everything blew up, and he's gone. But he was starting to finally win some of those big games. I know he couldn't win them in the regular season, but you make a national semifinal game, you're doing something right? Only 4 teams make that. So I do think that for James Franklin, this is an opportunity to say, I can actually go win the big games, but the pressure of if I lose them, I'm not losing my job. So you could win 8, 9, 10 games first year, maybe win the ACC year 2 or 3, and then you are actually looked at as the program builder, as the stabilizer, and as one of the best coaches in college football. It turns the narrative from I can't win the big one to I'm going to take a little bit of a lesser program and go compete in the big ones.
And look, Jake, if you're in the ACC, you could win the damn conference if you have 8 regular season wins. There's still a possibility that Duke, who's sitting at, I think, 5-4 right now, if they went out, they only have 1 conference loss, they would play for an ACC title. So we talk about, conference powers and like how strong SEC and Big Ten are versus the ACC and the Big 12. And I know that Pat Narduzzi, the Pitt head coach, who is, has walked back some of his comments about losing by 100 points to Notre Dame this week, talked about how deep the ACC is, but look, there you have a lot more opportunities, I think, to end up competing for titles, even if you're not 11-1, 10-2 in the regular season. Like you can lose a couple games here and there, and this late in the season with only 3 weeks left in the regular season, isn't that wild, guys? We have 3 weeks left in the regular season, but you will have more opportunities to end up getting to an ACC title game.
I'm so glad you brought up Pat Narduzzi in those comments because, my goodness, we had the show on Tuesday, which was a lot of fun, and the comments were so ridiculous that we might have to revisit them. But at the same time, when we're talking about the foundation and the structure of what makes a really appealing job, and Rhett Lashley even alluded to this a little bit when he signed the extension with SMU, that the dynamics of college football have changed enough where the way you evaluate what makes a job great, or even what makes the job the right fit, that path to the college football playoffs is now a more prominent part of the equation and a more impactful part. And in the ACC, despite what Pat Narduzzi might say, or maybe what he does say where only ACC games matter, the fact of the matter is if you can get Virginia Tech in this case to that level that, look at Rhett Lashley last year, that SMU got to, and maybe that's not even the best example because they didn't end up winning the conference, but they got to the college football playoff at a power conference level like the ACC. The path to the college football playoffs is very obtainable. And again, going back to what we've said about James Franklin at Virginia Tech, if that comes into fruition, I think that would just be a great fit like a glove.
It might not be attainable, though. If the ACC might not even get into the college football playoff this year, Duke ends up winning. There's a lot of scenarios at play in that conference where they might even be left out for 2 group of 5 or 6 conferences.
Well, and last night, Louisville loses to Clemson. Louisville had one of the best odds to make the ACC title game 2 or 3 weeks ago. Their only loss was to Virginia in overtime. And they had just beaten Miami on the road, and you're like, okay, like maybe Louisville can end up as the team from the ACC that will really take this and run with it. Well, no, guess what? Lose in overtime to Cal last week, lose last night to a Clemson team that was reeling. If Clemson doesn't win that game, they're not making a bowl game for the first time in 21 years. And Louisville has just constant, it is unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after another. It is one after another.
Hard to watch.
It was very hard to watch, and they lose that game when their kicker misses an extra point and misses 2 field goals down the stretch, and they lose by 1 point. I mean, that is gutting. And you look at Louisville and the games they've lost, it's 2 in overtime and 1 by 1 point. Like they're 7 or 8 points away from being undefeated and being still having a path to make the ACC title game. But now they got 3 conference losses. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, and one thing and scenario I want to get into during our 920 segment where we go into a deep dive of the college football playoff and the rankings is, and I'll ask you all this, so we'll save it for a couple minutes, but I'll tease it. Does the Louisville loss hurt Miami more than the Notre Dame win? So, like, if Louisville keeps losing because now they've lost to Louisville at home, does that negatively affect Miami if they were to go 10-2 as well? We'll see. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But Texas, Georgia, 6:30 tonight, Jake. The Arch Manning, they lose to Florida a couple weeks ago. Everyone's writing off the Longhorns. They're done. And yet here they are 7-2 with a real chance on the road to cement their status as a college football playoff contender. They've made the rankings the last 2 weeks, but a win at Georgia would obviously go a long way and maybe even allow it where they could eventually lose to A&M but be 9-3 with one of the best wins of the season at Georgia and still make the playoffs. So this is a huge, huge opportunity for the Texas Longhorns. We'll talk to Jordan Scruggs at 9:40 about it, but what are your thoughts on Texas going into Georgia 6:30 tonight in Athens?
Well, this is a fascinating game for a number of different reasons. And I think if you ask Paul Feinbaum, the Longhorns could lose out and still deserve to be in the playoffs just because they're in the SEC, which was just another ridiculous take. But Texas has found a way to just take on water, and survive. And they've just been hovering around, and then they go to Vanderbilt, have a nice win there. And for all the criticism, and I'm guilty of it because it was well earned, it was warranted, the criticism of Arch Manning and how abysmal that offense looked from time to time, all of a sudden Texas is knocking on the door of, like you said, Brennan, perhaps one of the best wins if they can pull it off in Georgia. I think back to that Georgia-Ole Miss game in Athens a couple weeks ago where Ole Miss really had them on the ropes, and I think they put forth a really good formula to beat Georgia. Long sustained drives, keeping Georgia's offense off the field, and if Texas can demonstrate the ability to do that, even though they're 6-point underdogs, I don't know. I something's telling me I kind of like the Longhorns in this spot because Sark and the rest of that staff have just done whatever it takes to keep Texas alive enough and to shake off some of those early losses to where now they're healthy and they're playing their best football of the year.
The only thing that concerns me is because I agree Texas this is more of the Texas we thought we would see going into the season. When you go on the road and struggle at Kentucky, when you go on the road and struggle at Mississippi State, you win those games because you know how to win. You know how to handle success because Texas has won and been there the last 2 years. Well, so is Georgia. If you go on the road and start out like you did against Kentucky or Mississippi State or fumble fart around like you did at the end of the game last week against Vanderbilt, you're not going to win this game. Georgia grinds you down to dust. This is not the super uber, like way more talented than you Georgia teams that we saw win national titles in the early part of this decade, but they're still a very good football team. And they're the kind of team that just wears you out over the course of the game. And we, like you mentioned with Ole Miss, they had the perfect opportunity and they couldn't sustain their momentum, and Georgia ends up beating them by 8 points at home. So Texas has to get out to a good start in this game. That's going to be uber important.
Yeah, and Georgia's lost, one home game, it feels like, in the last 5 years. And it was this year to Alabama. But, yeah. And Alabama's kind of their kryptonite in the regular season, at least. But, yeah, this is going to be a huge, huge opportunity for Texas. I cannot wait for this game. And Georgia, there are some scenarios where if Georgia loses this game and then they go lose to Georgia Tech at the end of the year, chaos is everywhere in college football, and that's why we're here on Fan University to break it all down with you till noon. Coming up next, what is going on with Baylor AD Mack Rhodes, and what does this mean for the college football playoff rankings and committee? Next on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time for a college football playoff rankings deep dive. But to get into this first, there was some news that broke this week about Baylor Athletic Director Mack Rhoades taking a leave of absence. He was the committee chair for the college football playoff rankings, and he is now walking away due to some personal problems outside of his duties when it comes to the university and that sort of thing. And a lot of people were a little confused with this news because he is who is, if you've been watching the playoff rankings when they release on Tuesday, he's who's in front of your television on ESPN talking about what the committee thought, breaking down the teams and that sort of thing. So he has a pretty big role when it comes to how we look at the rankings and what the playoff structure will look like. So this is bigger news than you might think. And it's been announced that the Arkansas athletic director has taken his spot.
Yep, Hunter Yurachek.
Yurachek, great. I didn't want to say it, Carter, so I'm glad you did.
I got the other name. Mark Harlan, the Utah athletic director, is going to step in for Mack Rhoades to the playoff committee.
Yeah, and so that's another Big 12 AD there as well, too. And so what do we think about what this does for the playoff itself? Like, we can talk about Mack Rhoades a little bit, but for the playoff rankings, is this a big deal? Do they change? Like, does how do you say his name, Carter, so eloquently?
Hunter Yurachek?
Yurachek, yes. Like, does he have a different way of looking at the rankings than Rhoades does? Or what does this mean for how the committee determines seeding for these teams?
You would like to think, because it's just one guy getting taken out of this equation and bringing a different guy in from the same conference, that yes, the rankings should stay similar. They should, and it is a committee. It's not just the one person having the final say, right? So in theory, yes, you would think that there wouldn't be wholesale changes to kind of what we've already had. But yeah, Hunter Yurachek is a athletic director from an SEC school, and is it imperative to him to get 5 SEC teams into the playoff like they've talked about wanting, and having as many teams from their conference as they can? Again, I like to think, Jake, that they don't look at it that way, but changing it after 2 rankings, I do think that based on these upcoming results and seeing next Tuesday's rankings, it will be interesting to see if there is any actual change or not.
What it does, it opens the consumer's mind, so the three of us and everybody else that just loves college football, and plants that just little hint of doubt or curiosity or just being unsure of what type of human element might be a part of all of this. Because if you think about the big problem a lot of people have with these committees is exactly that. It's how subjective can you be versus, what should the process consist of, where biases and everything else that's human nature shouldn't play a part in that. And just it could be the athletic director of school X and now it's the athletic director of school Y. Whatever it is, that change from a human element side is going to plant just the little slightest amount of curiosity, doubt, whatever it is, and not to go down the conspiracy path like we did on Tuesday with a couple of different other scenarios, but that it just, unfortunately, the human nature part of this is Mac Rhodes has made some mistakes or, alleged to have made some mistakes that led to this, where now as a college football fan, it's a part of the equation.
Yeah, and it's also interesting too, the SEC bias that Carter mentions. Does Arkansas really have a say in wanting to get 7 SEC teams in compared to 5? Like, maybe not. It's hard to tell if that would really be on the mind of an athletic director, because they're supposed to leave their biases at the door. Right. Now, does it help Arkansas look better if the teams that beat them this year all made the playoff? Like, certainly, but I don't think that is a legitimate concern when it comes to the playoff. I don't want to go too conspiratorial here on Fan University, but it is something that is always in the back of their minds, especially when you've got Greg Sankey, the athletic director for the SEC Conference, saying, well, we think that 8 teams should get in and 9 teams, and we've made a case for Tennessee to the committee. And it's like, now that Greg Sankey has one of his own leading the charge there, I mean, are you going to try to get Greg Sankey to say, hey, what about Tennessee at 9-3 or Mizzou at 9-3?
Yeah,
it does,
Tennessee without their winning record in conference, who is somehow still ranked over others. Like, it's just the Tennessee one was, and look, I'm an OU fan, so like having them ranked, that helps OU because that is another ranked win for us, but that's ridiculous. Like there's the SEC biases. They don't look at it as closely towards the bottom, or when they do, it's to boost teams. And this is what we talk about with like it's subjectivity, is like you have things you want. You have inherent biases that you think about XYZ, and to justify those. That's why Tennessee ends up ranked at the end of the day, when I don't believe they should be.
Right, exactly. And so it is going to be interesting to see. I don't think it'll have a huge impact on the rankings, which, Jake, I want to get to now, because there are a lot of possibilities. We are now halfway through November. Huge week today. I mean, we could have a lot of guys clinching, and a lot of teams clinching playoff spots or losing playoff spots just in some of these 4 or 5 big games we have today. But we brought up the Miami game. They lost to Louisville at home, and that knocked them down all the way to 15 in the rankings. And the ACC right now looks to be in huge trouble. Louisville losing last night to Clemson and then having beaten Miami, even though Miami has the head-to-head win over Notre Dame, who plays Pitt at 11 a.m. this morning. But now that Louisville loss is looking worse. And so do you, in your mind, judge teams as we're getting towards this bubble more on who they've beaten or who they've lost to?
No, it's a great discussion, especially, and I know we're all fans of Joel Klatt on this program, but head-to-head, he said this is where I'm going with this, but he said head-to-head has to matter, or simply put, what are we doing here? And I'm of that same belief as well. And I know a head-to-head matchup in early September might be a whole lot different than a head-to-head matchup in late November and so on and so forth. But if we're not going to reward teams for meaningful wins, then there's going to be the trickle-down effect of why schedule anyone. Lane Kiffin alluded to that in his press conference, and it's a little bit of a different subject, but was making the point for Texas A&M of why they should be the number 1 team because of the teams they've beaten. I think in the true spirit of competition, and the reason we do all this is to see what teams can beat other teams. And I'd much rather have a meaningful win have more of an impact on my ranking than what some would deem in a selection committee all sitting around in a circle, what some would deem as a beneficial loss. Because at the end of the day, a loss is still a loss. And I know that's a very simplistic way to try to break it down. But at the same time, if head-to-head competition doesn't bear the same weight as meaningful or impressive losses, then what are we doing?
Yeah, quality loss is just an oxymoron. Like a loss is not good.
Sure.
A loss should not be good. You should not be defined by who you lose to, because to your point, Miami beat Notre Dame and they beat South Florida. And if South Florida comes out of the group of 5 as their champion, makes the playoff, well then Miami should have a pretty good case, because they didn't just beat South Florida, they whooped them. They beat them by 5 touchdowns.
Right. Well, and Jake, you brought up Joel Klatt. Here is Joel Klatt on the head-to-head matchups.
If it comes down to a discussion and a debate between Miami and Notre Dame, Miami should go to the playoff. I do not care what they have looked like. You have to honor a direct head-to-head matchup, or else what are we doing?
And guess what? Notre Dame plays Pitt today. Miami plays Pitt to end the season, and they're both on the road. So you have another perfect, data point where you can look at, okay, Notre Dame beat Pitt by 3 points. Well, then Miami beat them by, 15. There's going to be more things as the season goes along, assuming that they both win out and end the season with the same record, that we'll have to look at. But the Louisville loss, yes, last night it makes Miami's loss to them look worse, but doesn't it help Miami? Because that puts Louisville behind Miami. Because if Miami and Louisville ended up tied for the second best record in the ACC, Louisville would have won because they had the head-to-head. Now they're behind Miami. So it's weird that, it's not good that Miami lost to them for their playoff hopes. But the fact that Louisville keeps losing makes that loss look worse. Might help Miami get closer to the ACC title game should Virginia drop another game, should Duke drop more games, right? It's a fun back and forth of how bad is it, but also how good is it for you?
Yeah, within the conference itself, it definitely helps Miami. But on a national landscape level, I was curious if it would end up hurting them from the rankings. And you're looking at a lot of these bubble teams. We've mentioned Texas. They're sitting there at 10. OU sitting there at 11. And Notre Dame is at 9. All 3 of these teams are on the road today with a chance to either cement their status or completely lose it. I think OU would be for sure out if they lose. I don't think that this is their chance really to get a key signature win on the road, because they have LSU and Mizzou to finish the season. Those aren't going to be quality win, or not bad win for Missouri, but
they're not going to be wins of the
wins
quality that beating a number 4 team on the road would be.
And then Texas, this is where it gets interesting for me with Texas. Notre Dame, if they lose to Pitt, they're done. Texas, though, could theoretically lose to Georgia, but then beat A&M, who will be a top 5 team, top 3 team, maybe 1 or 2, depending on how things shake out come Thanksgiving. So can Texas get in your mind by splitting Texas A&M and Georgia?
This is going to be a very fun conversation if you get to that point, because we saw last year Alabama was 9-3. They had great wins over Georgia and over LSU. They also lost to 6-6 Oklahoma, 6-6 West Virginia. Oh my gosh, I can't even talk because Jake's at the West Virginia game. That's probably why I'm going there. 6-6 Vanderbilt. Point being, the teams that Alabama lost to last year with those 3 losses kept them out of the playoff. The losses for Texas are not going to be that. The losses for Texas, if they're 9-3, let's say it's to Florida, not a great one, but it's to Ohio State, the number 1 team in the country, could be the number 1 team in the CFP when all's said and done, by 7 points on the road, and then we'll just say today at Georgia, right? But they'd have the win over A&M, they'd have the win over Oklahoma, they'd have the win over Vanderbilt. That's where you would get into, okay, what if 10-2 Georgia Tech doesn't make the title game? They're sitting there. Do you value strength of schedule more, that they lost to good teams but also beat good teams, versus Georgia Tech, who won more games but maybe didn't play the same level of competition? And those 2 teams specifically, they both played Georgia, so you'd have another data point there. But my personal opinion, if you don't win 10 or more games, you shouldn't be in the playoff.
I agree. I totally agree. Jake, thoughts on that?
No, I'm with you guys as well, because and I like to do what's the devil's advocate here? What's somebody telling me of why they should be in there? Because you want the best teams in there, right? That's what everyone's going to go by. Isn't it about getting the 12 best teams? And it absolutely is. However, I think in order to reach the label of the best 12 teams, you can't be catapulted in front of teams that have won more games than you have. And there's so many layers to it and so many, parts of the evaluation process that you can factor in here. I heard one take was, well, take the best win out and take the worst loss out. Those are being your outliers, and that can be, a part of the equation as well. But when it comes down to it, if you are a 9-3 team jumping over a number of teams that by record are better than you, there has to be substantial evidence that it's because you are the better team than all of those teams that you're jumping. And I think it's hard to bring a case of substantial evidence of why that catapult in front of those teams is warranted.
I'll go back to last year one more time, because Alabama fans were so upset last year that an SMU team that had lost the ACC title game and was sitting there with 2 losses when they had 3 but had beaten Georgia, right, that they got left out. Well, you were in the conversation. Like, right. SEC teams that go 9-3, if the first year of this, the 1 year of this, experiment that we have to go off of is any indication, you're going to be in the conversation. So, like, if Texas, if you do split those games between Georgia and Texas A&M to end the season, you're still going to be talked about. You're not going to be completely out of it. Whether that's fair or not, just understand that the committee does weigh that. It's just when it gets down to minutia of the 10th, 11th best team in the country, that's last year they decided that wins were more important.
Yeah, I'm just playing out the crazy scenarios in my mind, and I cannot wait for the next couple of weeks. Chaos. We need chaos here on Fan University. Well, to help us break down the Longhorns' chances in the game tonight against Georgia, Jordan Scruggs from Horns 24/7 Sports will be with us right around the corner here on Fan University 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. That's right. It's Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning. We hope everyone is having a great start to their Saturday. We've talked about a huge slate of college football, and we have gotten into the Texas matchup against Georgia tonight at 6:30. And to help us break that game down a little bit more, Jordan Scruggs from Horns 24/7 Sports is joining us here. Jordan, how are you doing this morning?
I'm great, man. Just chilling in the hotel in Georgia, getting ready to head to Athens here in a few hours and looking forward to it.
Hey, man, we have had a debate here this morning before we get into the questions on if it's Horns 24/7 or 247. Which one is it? Can you help us answer that question? We've got some bets going on here in the studio.
It is Horns 24/7.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people will refer to 24/7 Sports as 247. We understand it, but you know, our bosses on the way they want us to present ourselves and talk about it, it is definitely 24/7. But you know, on the flip side, we call our rankings the top 247. So I completely get where the frustration or confusion comes from with the name.
We play both sides here.
Yeah. Well, awesome, Jordan. Thanks for helping us answer that question. But now to the football game. Starting off, Texas. Look. The loss of Florida, everyone starts freaking out, and you're thinking the season's over. Then you have back-to-back overtime games against Kentucky, Mississippi State, but you get the job done. And you're 7-2 if you're a Longhorn fan going into the biggest game of the season at Georgia. A win here, we talked about it in a previous segment, but a win here against Georgia, it doesn't guarantee them a spot, but this goes a long, long way. One of the best wins of the entire country this season if they're able to win. Talk to us about this matchup from the Horns' perspective and what you're looking for specifically.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing I'm looking for is how they're going to come out and handle this environment. It's a night game in Athens, and for those who don't know, up until Alabama went to Athens and beat them earlier this year, Georgia had not lost a true home game between the hedges since 2019 when Rodrigo Blankenship, the Rex Specs kicker, shanked what would have been a game-winning field goal over South Carolina. It's going to be a rough environment. And on top of that, Texas is going to have to come out early and score early. Auburn and Alabama were both shut out in the second half by Georgia, and then Ole Miss was held scoreless in the fourth quarter as well. They do a really good job of making second-half adjustments, and I mean, if you've paid any attention to Texas in the last year, Georgia and Kirby Smart has had their number. And, you know, while their defensive line, it might not be the same group that's been in years past, their defense statistically is not as good and not as talented as it's been in years past. They still have NFL players, and it's still a better defensive front and, overall defensive unit. The Texas is, it's probably the best one they face outside of Ohio State. And, even the talent level is comparable to Ohio State, even though they haven't quite executed. So on top of, the playing in the environment, scoring early, the main thing that concerns me, Georgia has 10 sacks on the year. 9 of those come from their linebackers. Only 1 comes from the defensive line and edge rushers. They do a really good job of running stunts, delayed blitzes, cover zero looks, dropping back. Like, they have a really good group of linebackers and probably the best group in college football. Their entire 2 deep of their 4 linebackers is 5 stars. And one of them's from the state of Texas. So, they do a really good job. And you look at Texas's O-line. It's been the weak link of the Texas team this year. the guard center guard combo has really struggled. And I mean, a big game in Athens, it's going to be loud. You're playing the best linebacker unit they played. They have to communicate and be able to pick up these stunts and different blitzes because Kirby Smart will run them. So those are the main things I have my eye on going into this one. Of course, you're also playing a really good college quarterback in Gunnar Stockton. And, if you look at Texas's regular season and we're to split up the 12 games into 4 tiers, Gunnar Stockton is probably in the top tier alongside Julian Sain and Diego Pavia. He might not get drafted as high as Julian Sain or even maybe Marcel Reed here in a few years, but he's got some of that Stetson Bennett to him. And he's a productive player. He's been in their system for a long time. He's a hometown Georgia kid. It's almost like he's kind of their Sam Ehlinger to some, a mix of that and Stetson Bennett. So they have a lot going for them. They're a top 10 team in the country for a reason. They've sustained the success for this many years for a reason. And, can't wait to see it unfold on Saturday versus the Longhorns.
Well, Jordan, if I am totally with you on Texas needing to get out to a hot start in this game because this Georgia team will grind you to dust, is what they've done for the rest of the season. If they are to start hot, to have a chance to go to Athens and win, is it going to be because of this defense that's handled success well, has won over the last 2 years, knows how to play in games like this, or will it be because we've seen Arch Manning grow into the passer that we thought he would be early in the season?
I think it'll be Arch Manning. With him, you also have to provide the context that the offensive line is going to have to hold up. Versus Vanderbilt, they clearly made an effort to get the ball out quickly. It was on PFF, the lowest or shortest time to throw, average time to throw the entire season. And that resulted in the least amount of pressures the entire season. It was also the first time Texas used that offensive line unit, the most experienced one. Left tackle Trevor Gooseby, left guard Cole Hudson, center Connor Robertson, right guard DJ Campbell, and right tackle Brandon Baker. It's their most experienced group, and it took them 9 games to figure that that's probably their best group. But they're here now, and, those guys in their second game as a starting unit are going to have to hold up. And, people bring up the Georgia defense because that's what they've been known for. This year it's their offense that's more dangerous. I mean, Stetson Bennett, like I said, he is a really, really efficient college quarterback. They have hot routes, everything to the sideline, fade routes for blitz, delayed blitzes. He's really, really good versus delayed blitzes. He's great between the hashes, 86% between the hash up to 20 yards. He is a tremendous college quarterback, and I do think, as good as Texas defense is, it could turn into a game where, Arch Manning and the offense are going to have to go put more points on the board than Stockton. I know that's every football game, but, Manning and the offense, they're going to have to be able to score because this Georgia offense can do that, and they're also really good at ball control and controlling the clock. Kind of what Kentucky weaponized against Texas to turn that game into a mud fight and bring it into overtime. So, a lot of it will be on Arch and how he performs, and he's the star quarterback, whether they win or lose. He's going to be the one that everyone's talking about, but it's also going to be on the Texas defense and being able to get off the field so Arch Manning and company can have the ball.
Jordan Scruggs is with us from Horns 24/7, and we did confirm Horns 24/7. And Jordan, you are around this team, some would even say 24/7, but you've seen firsthand how Sark and his staff have been able to weather the storm. And it's almost become like the Sark blueprint over the last couple of years, where he's able to just continue to manage, these crazy expectations, all of the different noise, where here it is November 15th, and we're still talking about a Texas Longhorns team that, despite some really bad losses, have a chance to get back to the college football playoffs. What specifically have you seen from, maybe it is Sark, maybe it's just the coaching staff in general, of their ability to keep this Texas Longhorns team kind of on the track and block out all of the noise? How have they been able to do that?
Yeah, I mean, they've shown so much resiliency, and this hasn't really been reported or discussed on the national media level, or at least I haven't seen it, but I do think as well, the team can kind of gravitate around Arch Manning. Earlier in the year when he wasn't playing well, and there was that New York Times article, or the Athletic article, is he the first bust in college football, right? And he kept his head down and kept working, and he's obviously progressed week to week. the team has progressed week to week. But I think, when there has been outside noise, they kind of look to the leader and Arch and kind of know how to handle it. And they've shown resiliency. Should the Kentucky or Mississippi State games go on to overtime? No. Texas, as talented as they are, should have been able to put them away in 4 quarters. But a win is a win, man. And, they're 7-2. After that Florida game, if you told any Texas fan they'd be 7-2 going into the game in Athens, I think they would have, not believed you with how they played versus Florida. So I think resiliency is key. And also, not only the players sticking through it, it's the culture. And it also starts with the coaches. This is year 5 for the Sarkisian staff. Not all the coaches have been there year 5. They've had to replace some, but the nucleus of guys, Steve Sarkisian, A.J. Milwee, Kyle Flood, Jeff Banks, they've been there a long time. Pete Kwiatkowski, the defensive coordinator. There's a lot of cohesion. They know what they like to run. And, while I might have kind of questioned at times, is Steve Sarkisian living in reality earlier this year? They kept trying to run a lot of 12 personnel, thinking they had the tight ends from last year that can block in the box, and this year's tight ends, they really can't do it nearly as well. But as we've adjusted, they ran the most 11 personnel they've run all year versus Vanderbilt. And really, you can look to the fourth quarter. They stopped running a lot of 12 personnel in that fourth quarter versus Mississippi State when they came back, and then obviously parlayed that momentum into a Vanderbilt win and into the bye week. So I think the play calling and overall just resiliency of the team is the main thing we've seen, and it's the main reason why Texas is 7-2 after taking such a bad loss to Florida in Gainesville earlier this year.
Well, it's going to be a great game tonight in Athens. Jordan Scruggs from Horns 24/7 Sports joining us here on Fan University. Jordan, we appreciate your time, man. Enjoy the game tonight, and good luck the rest of the way.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
All right. There goes Jordan Scruggs.
24/7.
24/7. We got it right.
That's good to know. I've read articles on 24/7 for a while and never really knew. It was like on 3. I might have thought it was 1 at one point, but no, that's on 3. 24/7. We've got these. We've got this down.
Yeah. Can we have easier site names for us here? Can we make it simple for us here at Fan University? We know that the Northwestern doesn't teach us everything, Jake.
Yeah. That's a really good point. Which, by the way, they got a big one against Michigan at Wrigley Field. So I love a good football game on a baseball field. That's always good for even though it's not a neutral site, but like the Pinstripe Bowl and so on and so forth. But I also appreciate Jordan Scruggs for not just confirming Horns 24/7, but some of the insight, the knowledge, talking about Gunnar Stockton completing 86% of his passes between the hashes, like that's some quality stuff right there.
Call that a ball knower.
Jordan is a ball knower for sure. Well, you know who else is a ball knower? Carter's Corner is coming up next. Carter, what do we got?
Well, I want to talk about the Sickos game of the day because I have questions about it, and I just have some general questions about today's slate. So we'll get to all that next here. Fan University, 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Carter Goodell.
He's Carter Freeman.
Carter Freeman?
Carter Freeman, that's who it is, and it's time for Carter's Corner here at the 10 o'clock hour. You are listening to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. One of my favorite segments. Carter always comes with fire questions. Carter, I'll leave it to you, man.
Always a good day to prove Gavin Dawson wrong. I do indeed come on the radio, and I'm on the radio right now, as Brennan said. And, look, it's Week 12. We've got a bunch of big games today. I'm really excited to talk about them. I'm excited that our own Jake Riepma is out in Tempe, Arizona, to cover Arizona State hosting West Virginia today. We've got boots on the ground, so maybe we'll get a little bit into that game in a second too. But, fellas, CBS, the 2:30 time slot. That's usually, one of the big games of the day. That's, when you would often see like the Iron Bowl back when the CBS had the SEC, or, now they have the Big Ten, and you would think, okay, Ohio State hosting like Indiana, like if that was a matchup, that was something they would want. Well, guys, there is a big ranked matchup in the Big Ten today. That would be Iowa at USC. That game is on the Big Ten Network. So if you have the Big Ten Network, you can watch that game. If you want to watch the biggest game in the Big Ten on the afternoon slot in CBS today, you're going to be tuning in to two winless teams in conference. That would be the Penn State Nittany Lions going to the Michigan State Spartans. Why in the world, Jake Riepma, is Penn State and Michigan State our biggest game of the day on CBS? This is the sickos game of the week, but it makes no sense. Both of these teams suck.
Oh, it's so bad in East Lansing, and some of the local content coming out of the great state of Michigan is just hilarious. East Lansing is on fire for a number of different reasons. They just had to vacate 3 years worth of wins, which was not very many wins, but they want Jonathan Smith out as head coach, but they can't afford to buy him out, which is a big problem to have. But why this game is on CBS speaks to the prowess of the Big Ten Network. Because let me tell you, the Big Ten Network is a sick operation. It's in downtown Chicago. Studios are really cool. We've had Dave Revson, the lead studio host of the Big Ten Network, on the program. You talk about ball knowers, the people that run the Big Ten Network. Jerry DiNario, a former great coach, provides excellent analysis on there as well. So the Big Ten Network, don't sleep on the Big Ten Network. And oddly enough, I watched a game locally on DFW Charter Spectrum on Big Ten Network. So I think it's available. I don't remember exactly what channel it is, the Big Ten Network, but point being, the Michigan State Penn State game, to your point, sickos game of the week. I also saw in East Lansing, it's Bring a Friend Day, and this is just insulting. If you're a Michigan State student with your student ID, you can bring a friend to the game, and I think it's like $5 or something ridiculous like that.
Hey, you got to do anything at this point. You're vacating wins as a program. You might fire your coach.
Please come out to our game.
Come see us play.
$5 fill up our stadium, because nobody else will.
A
because
free
our
hot
team
chocolate
stinks.
or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Jake, that is crazy. I've never heard of that for a college football. You get to bring a pal to school day.
All I can think,
I'm going to try and find the exact tweet, because I'm sure the marketing program didn't go with Bring a Friend Day, but I definitely bookmarked it, because I was like, no way are you just begging people to go to your games this much. But I'll find it here for us in a second.
Yeah, because that's what it boils down to. You can, put lipstick on a pig, as Jerry Jones would like to say, but that's exactly what it is just trying to find any way they can to fill their stadium. And the only comparable thing I can think of is years ago when OU was playing at a terrible Kansas team. Kansas was ahead going into the fourth quarter. I think this is 2021. They tweeted out, hey, just come to the stadium. The gates are open. No one's here.
Anyone's welcome.
Yes, they allowed a lot of students to come, watch the end of that game. And OU ended up winning that game, but they let people in for free because nobody wanted to go to the game beforehand.
Jake, you got it up there on your phone?
I do. I have got the official release here from the Michigan State with the letter font on it and everything. As a thank you for your dedication and support of Michigan State football all season, you will be able to bring a friend to Saturday's game versus Penn State. Your student ID or student ticket, scan at Gate B, will be good for admission for you and an additional guest.
Oh, man.
So it is for free.
Yeah.
You're
okay.
down bad at that point.
I got to look up the Michigan State attendance numbers. Maybe in the next break, I'll break those down because I'm like, there's no way there's been dedicated Michigan State following this season. Not when they're 0-6.
This season, no.
And you mentioned that the Michigan State had wins vacated this week because of Mel Tucker and assistants and impermissible benefits, ineligible players playing. Jonathan Smith at Michigan State currently does not have a win in the Big Ten because his wins from last year got vacated. He has no wins in the Big Ten this year, as we mentioned, so he is winless in conference play. So it makes complete sense that they want to get rid of him. But yeah, it's going to be hard because Michigan State hasn't gotten to a point where they invest like Virginia Tech wants to with James Franklin, right?
Well, and Jake, go get your first win on Bring a Friend Day would be an epic way to get it done, for sure.
That is true. Yeah. What better time? The stage is set. The other thing, too, not to do too much of a deep dive on Michigan State athletics, but Draymond Green gifted the athletic department a massive donation. This was it was post-COVID, but early, I want to say around 2020, 2021. And to Michigan State's credit, they built beautiful brand new locker rooms. They got the LED lights and neon green everywhere, and it's awesome. But now, quickly, this age of Division I athletics, nobody cares about the locker rooms and the facilities anymore. It's all transfer portal, pay me NIL, and I think Michigan State was just on the wrong side of the timing wise of how they invested some of those resources into athletics.
For sure. I want to say one thing on the YouTube TV Big Ten Network. I believe Big Ten Network is on YouTube TV, and now so is ESPN and ABC. If you haven't caught the news, turn on your channel. It's back. ESPN, ABC, Disney, Hulu, all that stuff is back on YouTube TV. But I also think that Big Ten Network is too. So Iowa, USC, I want to tune into Penn State, Michigan State. I can promise you it will not be on my television screen at 2:30 today.
It's just wrong that one of those teams is going to end up with a win in conference play. We don't have ties in college football anymore. The last tie was a Big Ten game. I think it was Indiana, Wisconsin in the mid-'90s. But the fact that Michigan State or Penn State's going to have a win in conference when they've both been just absolutely terrible. One's fired their head coach. The other wants to. We'll see if they end up doing that. But why don't we start with fired head coaches or coaches that might get fired? That was one of my questions for today because I was looking at, with the ACC last night, got thrown in a little more chaos. One team that's not going to be a part of that chaos, Florida State. We really thought they were going to be early in the season. They are not. Mike Norvell is a name that has been thrown around as like, hey, we might want to move on from him for Florida State. But we're looking at a $55 million buyout, which is $2 million more than Brian Kelly's. That would be the second biggest ever if they were to fire him without cause to end at some point in the season or after the season. So I look at Florida State, and I also look at Baylor. And Baylor hosts Utah today. They're touchdown underdogs at home. Baylor was really expected, at least in my estimation, I don't think it was just me, to be a contender in the Big Ten this year. And they absolutely have not been. Dave Aranda is a defensive guy, and Baylor's defense has stunk. The only reason they're winning games this year is because Sawyer Robertson's right arm has been on fire when he's been healthy. He's been one of the best quarterbacks in the country, but their offensive consistency hasn't been there. Their defense has been bad. His buyout's not as big, and Baylor has it seemed like a make-or-break year. So I ask you, who gets fired first? Mike Norvell at Florida State with the big buyout, or Dave Aranda at Baylor where have not met expectations, buyout's not as big, they might not have the urgency per se Florida State does?
The sense that I'm getting from Florida State is that they are a little more cautious to just break the bank when it comes to Mike Norvell because they had every reason to fire him a year ago. They've had every reason to fire him before November 15th this year. After the 3-0 start, it's gone downhill since. I think with all this coaching carousel and the craziness, I don't know if Florida State necessarily wants to throw their hat into the ring this season. It seems like they're more than willing of trying to spend and get the right moves in NIL coming up in 2025 and 2026. So I'm going to say Dave Aranda at Baylor. I think a lot of people at Baylor, especially with this Mack Rhodes situation going on, it might be the perfect storm for Baylor to reset, get a new AD in potentially, get a new head coach in, and just kind of retool the football program because I don't think the vibes around Waco are very high when it comes to Dave Aranda. He doesn't seem like he's that engaged, honestly. The switch to him calling defensive plays has not worked out well at all. They are probably one of the, if not the biggest disappointment in the Big 12. You had them, I think, winning.
I had them winning
the
it
Big 12 conference to start the year. Yeah. Well, you're 1 for 2 so far. So it's going to be an interesting scenario in Waco. I think Dave Aranda is gone.
If you would have asked me this even on our show on Tuesday, I probably would have had a much different answer. But in the wake of the Mac Rhodes news and investigation, Brennan, you said it perfectly, took the words right out of my mouth, where it feels like another reset is coming for Baylor, and not just the football program, but the athletic department. And we're talking about a Baylor athletic department that and not to open up the history book on where things have gone wrong in Waco, but obviously no stranger to scandals. And then it seemed like they had almost written the storm. And I was listening to a couple of different podcasts, one 365 Sports, talking about how they're feeling a disappointing results in athletics, not just in football, but women's basketball after Kim Mulkey left. And, not that all of those are necessarily related, but it does feel like a little bit of a domino effect at Baylor at the top with Mac Rhodes now, and his future certainly in the balance right now with the ongoing investigation. And then the clean house component of it all seems like it's becoming more and more of a reality. And whether it's, Dave Aranda's, his performance as a coach plays into it, absolutely. But it could also just be a product of Baylor having to wipe the slate clean and start completely fresh as an athletic department, completely not just a football program.
Yeah, that's a great point with the Mac Rhodes stuff. It's unfortunate for Baylor. It was mid 2010s with the whole Title IX situation, Art Briles there, and even back to the 2000s with the basketball team before Scott Drew came in. There was there's been things like that at that school that have gone on. So I'm curious. I think Dave Aranda might leave before he gets fired. I think another school, because look, Dave Aranda's had success before. It didn't work out in Waco, but he's not a bad dude. Doesn't have a bad reputation, right? It just hasn't worked out in Waco. I would be curious if maybe another Power Four like a UCLA, if they would be interested in him. But so I'm with you guys. I think Baylor is going towards that direction, because you started out with that Friday night game against Auburn. You had the whole U.S. watching you with a chance to really stake your claim, and you got run all over by a team that they eventually fired their head coach. And on a side note, the Friday night blackout for college football, if you're a home team, this has to stop. It does not work. It did not work for Baylor in that opening game. It did not work for UNT when they lost to South Florida. It did not work for Louisville last night, because that was a blackout at Cardinal Stadium and they lost to Clemson. Guys, stop doing the Friday night blackout. We're 0-3. I need to I'm going to find out Michigan State's attendance this year, and I'm going to find out the record of teams doing night blackouts, because it does not work. You were going to lose that game in embarrassing fashion. So
hold on. I'm here for devil's advocate, Carter.
Okay.
I got you covered. There was one team that did a Friday night blackout, and it just so happens to be where the boots are on the ground this weekend. Tempe, Friday night blackout against TCU, and they won that game late with the all-black uniform. So there's one example. It's the outlier, I understand, but you know me, I'm against Friday night football in general. I mean, I was watching Oregon, Minnesota last night, and then of course you got Louisville and Clemson. Friday nights for high school football, guys. Let's just college football on Saturdays.
Love the point on Arizona State. I already forgot about that game because TCU's lost a couple games. And
yes,
you also mentioned, but they are only 2 conference losses. They're not
still in it. Still around.
You have fun scenarios, and if we'd gotten into our games of the weekend, I'm very curious about this TCU at BYU game tonight, because TCU's dropped 3 conference games. It's going to be tough for them to get to Arlington for the Big 12 title game, but what we saw with BYU last week, can they rebound?
And they can play spoiler, too, because they get BYU and Cincy. So TCU can play spoiler for the Big 12 conference and some of those contenders that are trying to get to Arlington.
Yeah, so
sure.
You could get look, last year we saw a 4-way tie at the top of the Big 12 standings, 4 teams with 2 conference losses, and it ended up being Arizona State and Iowa State. But that could be in the cards for the Big 12. You never know. Sure. Underneath Texas Tech, because I do think Texas Tech will go 11-1. But last thing, we'll stick on coaches here. Let's go to the other side, who we think is going to last longer at their job. Because last night, Bill Belichick, or maybe it was Jordan Hudson, wrote up a statement. They released it. He's not going to pursue any NFL jobs, which great. I don't know what NFL teams would want you with how bad you were with the Patriots at the end of your time there and how, nothing North Carolina's been this year. So he's going to stay at North Carolina. On the flip side, Deion Sanders' AD, the guy who hired him, Rick George at Colorado, is going to retire next summer. So I ask you guys very quickly, Bill Belichick or Deion Sanders, who lasts at their school longer?
I'm going to say Bill Belichick here because I think Deion's gone after this season. I
think it'll be that fast?
With the health situation with Deion, with his kids not being there, it just seemed Colorado had just gone wrong for the Buffaloes this season. It's just a perfect out for Deion. It's not going to be about him as being a bad coach. It's not going to be about he couldn't win a Big 12 championship. It's just, dude, I had cancer. And my AD left, and my kids are gone, and I can barely walk up and down the sideline without using a porta potty. Like, let's get out of here. Where Bill, he still wants to coach. That's the reason he's coaching in college. And it's year one. I think UNC is not going to move on from Bill Belichick after 1 year or anything like that. So if Bill wants to coach, he'll be there. So I'm going to say Deion Sanders because I think he's gone after this season.
I'm with you all 100% in lockstep every sense of the way because I saw it firsthand in beautiful Milan Puskar Stadium on the sidelines there in front of a ruckus crowd last weekend. But my brother and I were looking at each other like, if you're Deion, what's your why now? What is the ceiling of Colorado football? They had a couple of 2-year span there where I remember, College game day being in Boulder and you had The Rock on game day and they still got mollywopped, to use a Carter Freeman term, by USC and Caleb Williams that game. But if I'm looking around last weekend thinking, what is Deion Sanders doing here right now? And how much longer is this going to last? And Brendan, you said it perfectly. I don't think much longer. Whereas Belichick, I feel like because of the competitor, and not to say Deion's not a competitor, I'm not saying that at all, but Belichick, because of the hype, the headlines, and all of the noise that were around him when he took the college job and how badly it flopped, I think the competitor in Bill Belichick is going to tell him he has to stick around at North Carolina and make it work to the point of where he's not a laughingstock anymore, because he literally was the laughingstock of college football for a decent amount of time. So because I think Belichick has more to quote unquote prove, and Deion's why is just kind of fizzled out because, like you said, the health issues, his son's not being there and so on, it's just kind of a fitting end for Deion at Colorado.
Colorado does not have a chance to make a bowl game. They've already lost 7 games with that loss to West Virginia last weekend. UNC's 4-5. They got Wake Forest today, Duke, and then North Carolina State. So they have a chance to maybe salvage a little bit of the season, but with with Bill Belichick there, they were the talk of town for a while because of, one, the girlfriend situation, but then they were so bad, we've really forgotten about them, right? They've actually won 2 games in a row. They beat Syracuse, then they beat Stanford. But we're still not talking about them whatsoever. And that was kind of the same way with Deion and his first year at Colorado, too. So Colorado might be in for like a Baylor-type reset with the AD leaving and Deion's health. So I will agree with you guys there. But just some interesting thoughts that I had there. So there you go. Carter's Corner.
Carter's Corner, as always, just great discussion here on Fan University at 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the best sights and sounds from college football on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?"
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that?
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those. Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Who said that?
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by the Frenkels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frenkel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frenkel and Frenkel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frenkel and Frenkel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled. If they tired of winning, they can send me on their way because that's all we've done is win.
I will run myself through a window. If I hear one more Big Ten coach, blame it on the freaking travel.
If you have people who are on TikTok all day, right, they're probably not used to playing a competitive moment and having to be your best.
If I was a fan, I'd be mad at me too.
They're now the new face of Oziki.
What do you think?
You tell me.
Yeah, you can't let that go.
Get off TikTok, kiddos. What are we doing? It's time for Sights and Sounds here on 105.3 The Fan. You're listening to Fan University. I am Brennan Baxter alongside Carter Freeman. And the boots on the ground out in Arizona, Jake Rima. He's got his slick and sly Sun Devil quarter zip jacket on this morning out there. And Jake, it's time for Sights and Sounds. Some of the best sights and sounds from college football this week. Where are we going first?
Oh my goodness, guys. We have to start with my spirit animal because you heard him there in the intro, just ready to go. You got people who are on TikTok. That could be a drop in and of itself because it's just hilarious how just hearing that. And by the way, that whole intro, just absolutely fire. All the props in the world to our guy, Jacob Ray, for firing that up. And the intro just gets me so excited to hear what coaches have to say. So let's just start because I think, honestly, we joke around a lot and we talk about this new landscape of what college football has become, but Kenny Dillingham nailed it. And he talked about what really, with all the coaching carousel going on, all the rumors, all the different lists, what makes a really good college football program. It's cut number 10, Kenny Dillingham.
This program is not Kenny Dillingham. This program is player-driven. It is the players. It is the fans showing up and selling out games. That's what wins in college football. Coaches are not nearly as valuable as everything else, right? So our players are the forefront of our program.
I think he's right. I think that's such a great point on the coaches are not the forefront anymore because they 100% used to be. It was right. Nick Saban. It was, just Brian Kelly when he was at Notre Dame before all the LSU stuff, right? It was Jim Harbaugh at Michigan, Urban Meyer, Bob Stoops, Mac Brown. Like the coaches were the guys that you knew because they had been there forever. And that's just 100% not the case anymore. And Dillingham has done a good job of, being up front, being, a good face for Arizona State, but also not just taking that and being like, hey, everyone look at me. Like it's very much still about the program.
Yeah, and I think he's what the modern college football coach looks like. For so long in college, it has been about the coach. Nick, do you think Alabama, you think Nick Saban? You think Penn State? Well, prior to James Franklin, you would think Joe Paterno for a long time. But this is now the modern NIL. Guys are adapting, or they want to adapt to the coach, and the coach wants to feel like a player's coach, where, Nick Saban, I wouldn't call him a player's coach, right? And so this is just the unique change that we're seeing throughout the sport. I still do think that college football is ultimately run through the head coach, but it's important for a guy like Dillingham, and he's having success, and there's a reason he also is on a lot of these hot boards for some of these bigger jobs, but doesn't sound like he's going anywhere, Jake.
The other thing, exactly, I would add to that, where Kenny Dillingham puts it out perfectly, where he says it's about the fan support, the players and everything else. But by being the way that he is as a charismatic CEO leader and a player's coach, organically, he becomes the face of Arizona State Sun Devil football. And it doesn't happen by manufacturing it. It just happened organically because this charismatic, gung-ho, wide-eyed young coach comes in and the players love him and they have success. And all of a sudden, Kenny Dillingham has helped put forth the blueprint. And I know Arizona State went to the Big 12 championship game last year. It's still possible this year, probably not going to happen. But point being, Kenny Dillingham has all of a sudden written this new and helped, and Kurt Cignetti, another one, this new blueprint of organically becoming the face of your program through, and it's simply put, through charisma.
Yes, very much charisma, very much being the guy to, push them to that point. It would be crazy if they end up back in that place. But another school that's had kind of a rebirth under their current head coach, finalizing an extension with him. This is from On3. Mike Elko and Texas A&M are finalizing a contract extension. Pete Nakos reports.
Go.
So it sounds like, Mike Elko had been rumored like, hey, he's a Northeast guy. The Penn State job is open. Could that end up being something? Looks like Texas A&M and Mike Elko are going to extend his contract, make him one of the top 5 highest paid head coaches in all of college football, according to Chris Lowe on Twitter, and keep him in College Station.
I'm telling you, every coach that gets an extension during the season this year needs to write a thank you letter to James Franklin. I mean, it started a trend where it's like, wait, we don't want to lose our coach. Let's make sure we can lock these guys in. But it is so deserving for A&M and Mike Elko as well, too, because look, they're ranked in the top 5 in the country, have a chance to win a national championship. He has gotten A&M over the hump this year. And that's something that the Aggies, they always just couldn't get the big game, especially under Jimbo Fisher. So kudos to a fan of the show and a friend of the show here, Mike Elko. We had him on a few weeks ago here on Fan University. Great guy, great interview. It pains me how much I like Mike Elko as a Texas Tech fan, but man, dude's a stud.
And I believe you can still see that interview over on the Fans YouTube page because we've got Fan University's playlists all set up. Shout out to our guy, Carter Freeman, on that one as well. But this one, Carter, might pain you a little bit because I know he's not your favorite guy in college football, but we had some audio gold, not just college football, but just football in general. We had some audio gold from John Gruden's unboxing, and we got to show some love to our near and dear University of North Texas, Mean Green. We got a couple of John Gruden cuts from him opening up one of the gift packages from the University of North Texas. And you got to love the praise that John Gruden has for the University of North Texas, cut number 6.
It's the Mean Green Eagle, man. But I tell you, they've had a lot of great players. But how about right now? 8-1. They got 3 games left. They got to play UAB, Rice, and Temple. They could go 11-1 and get a playoff berth. This head coach they got, his name is Eric Morris. He runs arguably the most exciting offense in the country. We've honored their quarterback, Drew Mestamaker. He's got about 3,000 yards passing. The Mean Green averages 45 points a game. I wonder what they call their offense. The Mean Green Machine on offense, baby.
The Mean Green Machine from John Gruden, man. Carter, I know you don't like this guy, but I love me some John Gruden, dude. And he also, look, his name's been circulating around some of these jobs. We'll see what happens. But the box openings, if you have not seen these, go find him on Barstool. It is so funny. Like, the Tampa Bay Rays pretty much gave him an entire locker room in a box with the amount of hats and jerseys. It is so funny.
I did actually get to see this. This popped up on my feed. Maybe it was a UNT account that I follow retweeted that. And yeah, John Gruden had the biggest smile on his face as he was opening the box of goodies from North Texas. And he mentions, yeah, they play at UAB today. They're coming off a bye week after they got their win against Navy. So UNT's never won at UAB. They played 8 times according to Winsipedia, one of the best college football resources. Nice. Winsipedia, if you ever want to look up records between teams. But I'll say this. John Gruden, the entertainer, I am here for. I loved him on Monday Night Football when it was him and Sean McDonough. I wish they'd never got rid of him for Tess and Boog and Witt whenever they had that was the worst combination crew with the Boogermobile. But hiring him as a head coach of your college football team right now, it's like the Lakers hiring J.J. Redick off of the ESPN color analyst team. He'd never been a coach, and I know Gruden has been. He's just been out of it for so long, and I think you're asking for clicks at that point.
Yeah, Jake. I mean,
selfishly though, I want John Gruden to stay what he's doing because the content is incredible, the unboxing, and I always just wonder, where does he put all of this swag that he gets from every different school? Because it used to be like a T-shirt here, hat there, and like, oh, this is nice, a letter and everything. Now it's just full on boxes of swag. I mean, North Texas had to have given him at least 25 articles of clothing between hats, quarter zips, shorts. Like, I'm jealous. I think that's the best. But we got a couple more sights and sounds to get to because there's just been all kinds of really good audio. And you guys know I'm a sucker for some of the best coach talk. And Jason Eck is a guy for the New Mexico Lobos that all of a sudden in his first year, we've had him on his audio cuts a couple of times on the show because he's usually good for a quality soundbite. And he lived up to that billing here, talking about the tendencies of cavemen. This is Jason Eck, the head coach for the New Mexico Lobos. Cut number 8.
Are you liking the mentality of this team? Do you see that fight that they're just going to keep pushing through,
Yeah, I think we got to keep bringing it out of them because I think that's probably human nature. Back like the cavemen and stuff when they went out hunting and, they killed like 3, elk or whatever, and then they had like a stockpile of elk, sitting in their cave. They probably like relaxed a little bit and said, yeah, I got enough food for a while. I don't got to go kill more elk. So I think that is like a human nature that has been like through men for time. So we got to fight that a little bit.
Man, that's great.
I love this guy. And if you don't know his story, Jason Eck was the head coach at Idaho at the FCS level. And Idaho is a school, they were an FBS program. They were in the Sun Belt. They voluntarily dropped to the FCS level to take less money because they couldn't afford to play at the FBS level. That's not a good situation to be in. Jason Eck came in and brought them, so much success. They were so good at the FCS level, and the Kibbe Dome up there is like one of the best FCS environments in college football. And to see him do the same thing at New Mexico, another nothing burger of a Group of 5 program, they've been nothing this entire time. Like listening to him there, that is a clear sight into why guys can buy into him. That is a dude you will listen to and you can buy into. And New Mexico's 6-3. Remember, they knocked off UCLA earlier this season.
Yeah, which looks like a better win than it did, for them with UCLA playing a little bit better football.
I love this guy.
Yeah, and Jake, it's because he's having his players eat elk in a cave. It sounds like he's got they got a lot of protein going down there with the Lobos. Elk and elk.
Yeah, there you go. The other soundbite he had was talking about some of the disrespect New Mexico gets from time to time, and one of the I forget which coach ended up leaving, but Jason Eck was like, "Well, I'm pretty glad he left because I got the job." So hey. And it's like there's an element of honesty and transparency from him as well.
It was Bronco Mendenhall was at New Mexico for one season. And this is not the only time you'll hear about Bronco Mendenhall on this show. Just a preview of our conversation with potential Heisman winner, all Big 12 linebacker Jacob Rodriguez of Texas Tech. He played for Bronco Mendenhall for one season when he was at Virginia, and his designation was not QB, it was not LB, it was FBP. He was a football player. That was his designation because that's something Bronco Mendenhall does, which I remember watching that specific team. It was Keaton Thompson was the starter at FBP. It was such a weird thing to do, but yeah, he left. So we'll talk to Jacob Rodriguez about that at 11:20, as well as many other things Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah. We can't wait for the Texas Tech talk. Well, that was Sights and Sounds with Jake Riepma. We've got so much more to get to. Maybe we'll get to it at Jake's Takes at 11 o'clock. But coming up next, it is that time. It's time to pick them. We got the 4 biggest games that we'll be picking here on Fan University. You are listening to us at 105.3 The Fan.
fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We are less than 20 minutes away from some huge kickoffs here at 11 o'clock, and that means it is time for Pick'em here on Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. We hope everyone's having a great Saturday morning out here in sunny DFW, man. The cold weather not coming up yet. The high, I think, today is 85. It's going to be more like Arizona where Jake's at. But, hey, put on your shorts and enjoy some football outside. Carter's got his shorts and his OU polo ready to go for the Oklahoma-Alabama game at 2:30, which is where we are starting. So, Carter, way to put on the polo and fitting start to our Pick'em. Before we get to this game, Carter, you want to give us our rankings. Where do Jake, Carter, and Brennan stand so far this year?
Okay, so last week you guys were both out. So Jacob and I did pick them, and we went 1-1. We both picked Texas Tech to beat BYU, and we both picked Iowa to beat Oregon, which really looked like it was going to happen, but the Ducks did end up winning in that one. So Jacob, your official record is 1-1.
Got 1 point on the season.
Let's go, Jacob.
1 point.
Come on, baby.
We're on the board. But as for Brennan, Jake, and Carter on the season, our last pick'ems, I went 3-2. Jake went 1-4. His heater kind of ended, and Brennan, you also went 3-2. So overall in the season, Brennan in the lead, 34-20. Me in second, 32-22, and Jake at 31-23. So only three results are in between us as far as who's going to win this at the end of the season. So very close.
Well, strategically, Brennan has been pushing for picking less games so we can really dive into those games and have a great discussion. Now I know exactly why that was been the push in these pre-production meetings. Guys, I think we could really unpack some layers here. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm trying to catch up here, so let's pick more games. I want not just a Division I slate. I want an FCS slate. I want a Division II slate. Let's just pick 100 games so I can catch up.
You want to pick the Wichita Baptist versus Henderson State game, because the 972 8 minutes ago texted that in, and that is the Battle of the Ravine today at the D2 level, and that was Reese Davis for Game Day. They were asking about their selection process a couple weeks ago, and he said, well, I'm pushing for the Battle of the Ravine. They don't end up going there, but that game is today. So who do you got, Jake? Wichita Baptist or Henderson State?
Listen, I have covered a Wichita Baptist game against Ferris State before, and I was very glad that I only had to write about the game for D2football.com, so I didn't have to worry about pronouncing Wichita Baptist, because if you look at it, it begins with the letter O, and somehow you pronounce it Wichita. But those are two really quality teams. They had a whole big rally across, because literally just a highway separates these two schools. And they got members from both schools out there, and the presidents of both schools doing the before a boxing match fight photo with their fists going at one another. So it is a really cool environment. Maybe someday Game Day will check them out, but not this week. So I'm going with Wichita Baptist over the Henderson U Reddies, which is a great nickname, by the way. Henderson U Reddies.
Give me the Henderson U Reddies.
Yeah, I got to go with the son of Hender. I'm going with the Henderson State.
Yeah,
we'll be opposite. This is how you catch up, is when Wichita Baptist wins. Jacob, who you got?
I'm with Jake on this one. Let's even it up. Let's make it an even battle.
Right, there
the Jakes versus us.
Losers by lunch next week. All right, well, let's get to Oklahoma at Alabama. 2:30 kick in Tuscaloosa. OU, we've talked about it this morning. Opportunity for them to cement potentially a playoff bid would be a huge road win against the undefeated in SEC Alabama. Carter, we'll go to you first. Do you like your Sooners on the road?
And the 214 texting in Washita, not Wichita. So even though we talked about the game, I guess Washita, I don't know. Spell it differently, and maybe we'd have a easier way to pronounce it. But OU has played better over the course of the, ever since John Mateer injured his hand. He came back early against Texas, did not look great. You beat South Carolina, you struggled against Ole Miss, but then the Tennessee game was a good sign to me that the offense is getting more back on track. You figured out Xavier Robinson as your lead back. You have Isaiah Satania as your lead receiver. You've got the things established that maybe you didn't have earlier in the season. In your offensive line, though you're playing a redshirt freshman at left guard and true freshman at both tackle spots, they were excellent against Tennessee. But can that be week in, week out? Because they also played against Ole Miss. They did not look as good in that game. So based on the inconsistencies and them going on the road here, I'm still going to take Bama. But I do think OU covers in this game, regardless if they win or lose. Bama's, I believe, a 6.5-point favorite in this game.
Yep.
But OU, just in general, has looked better. And Bama, there are things about them that concern me. They can't run the ball. They're very reliant on these over-the-middle passes. And OU's secondary is not talked about as much as their defensive line. But Cortland Gilroy, a true freshman, has been basically a lockdown corner for them. And you've still got Eli Bowen. You've got Peyton Bowen, his brother, at safety. And I still think OU is going to be in this game in the Battle of the Crimson towards the end of it. But just because it's in Alabama, I'll give the Crimson Tide the revenge in this one. I'm picking Alabama.
Yeah, Jake, I'm going to go Alabama here as well. I just echo everything that Carter said. I don't trust Alabama's running game at all, and I actually like OU's defense against them. But at home, Ty Simpson, he's had to make plays this year, he has, and I trust him at home at a 230 kick to make enough plays on that offensive side of the ball to win. I'm just not completely sold on OU's offense, even with Mateer back and a little bit healthier right now. So give me the Crimson Tide at home.
It's scary how similar we all are on this game, so which means probably going to be completely opposite, and OU is going to run away with it. But
that's
I see
point.
this as
that's the goal.
Yeah, there you go. As a low-scoring, grinded-out kind of game, almost like whoever has the ball last is going to find a way to win this one. And so I'm with you. I think Oklahoma covers, but the ball in Ty Simpson's hand in a close game at home, and we'll get to a little bit more of this in Jake's take, but Kalen DeBoer in the black hoodie, say no more. I mean, it's kind of a cheat code there, so give me Alabama as well.
All right, 3-0 Alabama here. We'll move to Notre Dame at Pitt. This game is about to kick off here at 11 a.m. in Pittsburgh. Game day's there. It's been quite the scene if you haven't been watching it because you've been listening to Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. 12.5 dogs for Pitt. Notre Dame coming in. Pitt has a huge chance to play spoiler here and pretty much eliminate Notre Dame from the college football playoff. Give me Pitt.
Ooh.
I'm going upset here, mainly because I just want the chaos of seeing it. It's what I want to see. I can afford to take some risk with a good 3-game lead here. So I'm going to take Pitt at home in the rain and the clouds there.
This one comes down to the head coaches, and this is 100% me picking with my heart. I like Notre Dame to not only win, but maybe even potentially cover the 110-point spread that Pat Narduzzi put out there. I don't know if they can get to 110, but you lost me as a head coach, and I know we walked the comments back a little bit, but Pat Narduzzi is a lot of things, and he went on McAfee show and said, maybe I got carried away or whatever, but I just think it's so deflating, and maybe it was mind games. Remember our producer on Tuesday, Jet Nelson, shout out to Jet, had the point that I think he was trying to send a message that Notre Dame's cowardly for not playing in a conference. Maybe that's all a part of it, but I love Marcus Freeman, and it's always pained me to back Notre Dame just for a number of different reasons. But this new look Notre Dame with Marcus Freeman as the head coach, like I see Jay Carr as the quarterback, Jeremiah Love, one of the most exciting players in college football. I think in a lot of ways, even though Notre Dame, I don't agree with the formatting and not being in a conference and setting themselves up for this easy path to the college football playoffs, I think in a game like today, knowing that they have to not only win, but win with some style points to continue making their case, I think Marcus Freeman has them ready to go, and they play with a reckless abandon and just take it to a Pitt team that's content with losing by 100 points.
Carter, the 940, says, I'm throwing my entire bank account on Notre Dame to cover. Are you backing the 940 here?
I'll give you 2 words. Jeremiah Love. Okay. Yes, I do think Notre Dame, and look, Pitt they started a freshman quarterback for their last 5 games. They're 5-0. I think that magic runs out a bit today. As much fun as it would, and to Pat Narduzzi's credit, like Pitt can still make the playoff if they go win the ACC, but yeah, that's the vibes are not going to be maybe as strong as they needed to be going into this game for the Pitt Panthers. So yeah, I do like Notre Dame to win, and I'll have them covered too. Jeremiah Love is probably not going to win the Heisman, but he's good for a touchdown a game, if not more.
All right, well, let's move to Iowa at USC. Iowa coming off a deflating home loss to Oregon last week, had a chance to knock off the Ducks, couldn't quite get it done. USC 6.5-point favorites here at home, but USC struggles to stop the run. The weather is actually going going to be a little murky there in
Yeah.
Southern California. So it actually favors more of an Iowa style of football game. I think Iowa's defense, USC, this is one of the best offenses that they've had under Lincoln Riley. Mavia has played fantastic, but I actually like the Hawkeyes here. 6.5. I think they can play more their style on the road and find a way to knock off the Trojans and eliminate them from the college football conversation. I just want chaos, man. So give me Iowa on the road. Jake, where are you going?
I'm right there with you, brother. And I know that's not a good way to come back in the standings by just agreeing with all of your picks. But here's what I saw from USC on Friday night. We haven't talked about this enough because it gets lost in the scuffle of a Friday night football game. But USC blatantly cheated against my Northwestern Wildcats with the backup quarterback wearing the same number as the punter. And what do we get? Of course, we get a public comment from the officials days later. Oh, we were wrong. We shouldn't have allowed that. But USC is a cheating fake punt and a big man touchdown from Northwestern that actually ended up being a fumble out of the back of the end zone in a 14-point swing on a Friday night at home to being in a real hole against the Northwestern Wildcats team. So mostly because I just wanted to get that out there that USC cheated, and all the USC faithful, and that includes Jared Sandler. I know he's a big listener and a big fan of our program, but USC was lucky to escape a win against the Northwestern Wildcats. So I can't trust them against Iowa. Give me the Hawkeyes.
But Jake, the Trojans they're named after the biggest, fake, the biggest ruse in history, right? The Trojan horse. Like, if any school was going to do something like that on the football field, wouldn't it be the men of Troy? Because that's how they won a damn war when the Greeks when the Greek Empire existed, right? USC's a better team than Iowa. Iowa had their moment last week. They burned me. They burned their season. Any college football playoff Big Ten title game chances they had. I just think USC's a better team. I think USC is going to win.
All right. That leaves us with the last game. We've covered it. Jordan Scruggs was on with us from 24/7 Horns. Texas at Georgia, 6:30 tonight in Athens. I like the Dogs here in this game. Georgia at home's too tough. And I will say, Texas, to their credit, has battled a little bit, having the 2 overtime wins on the road against lesser teams, but still on the road win, SEC. But I like Georgia here against Texas to put the absolute coffin for the Longhorns' playoff chances.
I like Georgia as well, just because it's a home game for them. I don't know if Texas is going to get off to the hot start that they need, because I haven't seen them do it on the road this year. So to get off to a hot start against a much better team than the ones they've struggled with, I think Georgia's going to win at home.
Not so fast, my friends. We had to get one in there. Eventually, we had to disagree at some point. But listen, I'm picking Texas to win, and I'm picking Texas to keep their season alive. Like you said, we talked with Jordan Scruggs about it, of Horns 24/7. And I think Arch Manning deserves a lot of credit. I think Sark deserves a lot of credit for weathering this storm. And although they faced a great deal of adversity, many of it self-inflicted, this is their moment, a statement win on the road. Give me the Longhorns.
There's a reason that Jake is in last place, and that pick proves it right there.
Showing off.
I'm kidding, man. Well, no,
by like 2 games.
Hey, compared to where you were after week 4, you have made quite the rise. You probably have the highest win percentage here on the Fan since week 4. So you know your ball, man. I'm just teasing you. Well, coming up, it is time for Jake's takes. Look, he might not know his games, but he's got the takes here on Fan University. Games kicking off around the corner. You are listening to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
And it is time for the most electrifying man in DFW.
Jake Rietma. He's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on.
He's a treat. Bobby's wrong. He's a treat.
It's not some walk-on scrub, yo. The boy's a player. He's a star.
Someone said football, so I come running. What's going on, everybody?
Let's do it. It's Jake's Takes right here on Fan University. Shout out to Jacob Ray for that killer intro. And shout out to RJ Choppy for backing me up to one Bobby Belt. And I like to think I am a treat. But you know what? It also is a treat discussing all the different takes in college football. We got a ton to get to on this edition of Jake's Takes right here on Fan University. We want you to be a part of them as well. So 877-881-1053. We've been enjoying the fan text line all morning long. But guys, we're just going to rapid fire some of these. And I know I say rapid fire as I blab and blab and blab. But first take, I hate fighting in football. I hate fighting in any sport. It just shouldn't be done. It's not a proof of toughness. It's not a proof of manhood or womanhood in female sports. There was a fight in the West Virginia Duke basketball game last night. We don't need it. You got to be able to take care of your business between the white lines. And one of the ugliest fights, and it was a brawl that took place last weekend, was Grambling State and Bethune-Cookman, and two HBCUs that you delude the product and you embarrass your teams when you have an all-out brawl. And worse than that was the follow-up after the brawl. Now, this is from the head coach with the Grambling State program, Mickey Joseph, and he talked about why the brawl ensued. And again, Jake's take right here, we can't have sound bites like this.
I want to just make this clear because I won't be answering any more questions about this situation. The disrespect comment I made was never meant to condone violence or unsportsmanlike behavior. Still the moment we don't reflect who we are at Grambling, and we take full accountability of maintaining the integrity of the game and remain committed to learning from this incident and moving forward in the right spirit. And remembering cool heads prevail and calm is a superpower.
Okay, so that was his apology. So right. The first cut, and that's my bad. I should have given the cut number on the first cut, was his immediate reaction saying they disrespected us. That's why we fought, and there was zero remorse, zero accountability, and that's what fuels these fights from continuing on. And this isn't an HBCU thing. This isn't a specific team thing. It is a problematic approach to any type of fighting in football. You just can't have it.
Yeah, and it's sad, too, to see that these programs have now canceled their seasons. I mean, it affects the players, it affects the fans, it affects the coaches, and it was a tough video to watch. Did you see the clip of the mom saying, "Is my boy in there?" And they're like, no, he's off to the right. He's fine. I mean, it's like when you don't even know, it's such a huge brawl. You have no idea who's in the scuffle. This was a really tough scene for college football in general, and I think... yeah, his first response, Jake, you're absolutely correct. You can't have that from a head coach. That is something that is honestly fireable in my opinion. If you are condoning the violence that took place, even if you can't backtrack on something like that, you've got to be a leader of men and say you're not going to allow that to happen. So this was very, very disappointing to see from him, and sad day for college football as well.
Very sad. And we talked in Sights and Sounds about Kenny Dillingham and like the way he leads his program and makes it about everyone and not just about like him at the forefront. But if you are going to make it about yourself at the forefront, this is clearly the wrong way to go about it. And the about face, the trying to mop up duty on the mess that you've made, like you're not going to continue having jobs if you say things like it's completely ridiculous. I think it's also a little ridiculous that Jake doesn't like fighting in football when he's a hockey guy, and I'm assuming you like fighting in hockey, right?
That's within the confines of the sport, though. It is part of the sport. I mean, yes, you can hurt your team by fighting, but you can also help your team in hockey. In football, there's no way to help your team in fighting. It always comes with negative connotation. But that is a fair rebuttal, my friend. And that is why I appreciate you keeping me on my toes here on Jake's Takes.
I got to give Jacob Ray credit for that one because he whispered that in my ear. And I was like, you know what? That's a damn good point.
Jake, I
all right, maybe me and Jacob Ray will just have to scrap next time I'm in studio there. Then we'll settle it once.
Not on the football field, though. Not on the football field.
For people that don't know, Jake Riepma is a Division II legend there, playing, what was it, safety in college football?
At Northwood,
At Northwood. Jake, you ever get into some crazy fights? I could see you getting into a little brawl.
It's so funny you say that because I feel like maybe I've told this story before and it's going to really annoy a lot of people, which is a great way to begin a story. But I had one personal foul in my career. It was a late hit out of bounds on a punt return. Now, I smoked the guy. Let the record show. And I turned around and the other team had 5, 6, 7 guys like in my face, and they were whistled for an offsetting personal foul. And so I got back to the bench and I'm just getting chewed out by the coaching staff. I'm like, Coach, it was offsetting. What's the big deal? And then my father was the head coach at that time, but he was up in the booth for health reasons. And legend has it, I was not there, screamed out, "What idiot just got a personal foul?" And my other brother was the offensive coordinator, screamed out, "That idiot is your other son. And what are we doing here?" So needless to say, I caused a lot of chaos within the press box there for that personal foul.
Surprised.
So I try to keep a cooler head now that I'm all grown and older.
He learned a little bit.
Yes.
We learned to no personal fouls in the history of Fan University yet. And if you have a personal foul, one of us will have to have an offsetting one to keep your record clean, right? You didn't actually have any penalty yards from that.
Exactly. I appreciate that. All right, let's continue on with Jake's takes right here on Fan University. Another thing I believe wholeheartedly in. You are a young up-and-coming youth athlete. Play multiple sports. Do not sport specialize. Do not go pledge allegiance to this travel squad. Take out a second mortgage. Force your parents to buy everything for sport specialization. If you are good enough, coaches will find you. And what brought this to my attention, Greg Olson, and I think a couple people have tweeted out this photo. It's kind of going viral at this point, where it's a photo of Nick Saban and Steve Sarkisian as the offensive coordinator for Alabama. So it's an older photo. Saban's in the Alabama crimson jacket and tie, and the photo has none other than Drake May as a high school basketball player,
yes.
And then Alabama head coach Nick Saban and offensive coordinator Steve Sarkisian saw Drake May, his basketball skills first, and Greg Olson used this photo. Another of other people have used this photo to reiterate how important it is for young athletes to play multiple sports at the Division II level. I can remember my father recruiting student athletes at basketball games. He wanted to see how athletic they were on a basketball court. Multi-sport is so important to the development. It makes you a better athlete, makes you more well-rounded, and allows you to build different types of team building skills in different environments. All of those are valuable to the development of a young athlete. So play multiple sports.
I would disagree as a 5'6" kid that played point guard in high school because I tried to play football, and I was like, yeah, this ain't going to work. And then, and I think if I would have played other sports, I wouldn't have been able to start in high school. So I don't know. I like the idea of specializing, but I'm not the biggest athlete in the world, so maybe I don't have a platform to speak on here.
Well, it's like anything in life. You have multiple different hobbies. Things from one can come to help you in another, right? Like you're across the streams a little bit. Something you didn't think would apply might actually end up helping you in the other thing. But I was on swim team in high school. Never touched a football field. I did the baseball, the soccer, the basketball when I was a little kid, and that clearly didn't work out because I'm here talking on radio instead of playing any of those sports, right? But I was on swim team in high school, and that was about all I did. Jake, you played college football. What other sport did you play?
I'm very glad you asked. So basketball and baseball through high school, 3 sports. And I felt like my athleticism and development in basketball helped me as a defensive back in football. Played hockey all through 8th grade. And in fact, it's funny we bring this up because I had to choose between basketball and hockey because they're in the same season. And I vividly remember my father and other football influences in my life saying, play basketball. It helps so much with your athleticism when you're in a stance guarding defensively. Those are similar athletic movements that you make on a football field as a defensive back. So played football, basketball, and baseball. And then, I wanted to go out for the swim team because we had a swim dynasty in high school, but I wasn't good enough for that.
Keller High School, we were good when I was there. South Lake Carroll, as they are in most things. I know they absolutely mollywopped, as I like to say, their first round playoff opponent in football last night. South Lake they always had our number. We actually had a swim meet one day, or one I think it was my senior year, where it was all the KISD schools. So it was Keller, Central, Fossil, and Timber Creek. And we were trying to match South Lake's points just against one school. South Lake tried to triple our points. I think they did. So our athletic career is not as prestigious as Jake Riepma's, but you know what? That's why we got Jake's takes for him to tell us all about it.
Yeah, prestigious would be the last word I'd use, but I do have to thank Bobby Belt for tweeting out my one career interception a number of months ago. So there at least is a video on Bobby Belt's Twitter somewhere of proof of my collegiate interception against a tough Michigan Tech squad. But it wouldn't be a Jake's take without a little uniform talk. And one of my all-time favorite games in the entire college football schedule is the Army-Navy game. And for the life of me, I've been trying to figure out how do we bring the uniform take and reveal to the airwaves. And I think Navy and Army, and specifically in this case, Army, has helped do exactly that. This is the audio from the video of Army releasing their uniforms that they will wear against Navy in the annual Army-Navy game.
The Continental Congress appointed George Washington to lead America's Army, a force that united the 13 colonies and won a stunning victory against the seasoned British regulars, inspiring hope across the young nation. For 2.5 centuries, over 40 million Americans have worn the Army's uniform. Their selfless service has been and remains permanently intertwined with our nation's history. With some making the ultimate sacrifice to protect their fellow Americans, Marble stands as a symbol of the strength of American democracy and the U.S. Army as its protector. It honors those who served and never returned, and the sacrifices of all who wear the uniform. Through their service and sacrifice, soldiers demonstrate their commitment to the mission and place the welfare of the nation above their own. As General George Patton once said, the highest obligation and privilege of citizenship is that of bearing arms for one's country. On the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, we honor those who have committed their lives to defend our freedom. On December 13th, Army football will do what the United States Army has done since 1775. Fight with everything they have until the final whistle.
I love
it. Man, that's chills right there.
I'm a huge history nerd, and everything that was said in there I think is awesome. And the look of these uniforms, everything they explained about it, that's exactly what it is. It's the marble jersey and pants, and then the chrome helmet. Kind of, it looks like a Raiders road uniform.
Yes.
Is what I first thought of. But yeah, this is a lot sleeker of a look for Army than some of their previous matchups with Navy. Like Navy has gone with like some of the Space Force stuff at times. Like they've gone with very busy, confusing looking uniforms, and especially the helmets can kind of get out of control. This is a perfect nod to the Army's history, 250 years of it next year. And, just the look of it, I think this is really, really cool.
I've said this all year, but I continue to be impressed by schools' marketing teams and jersey releases and hype videos. It's been phenomenal this year, and the creativity around jerseys and what is happening across college football. I mean, we've seen it with Tulane, now Army. It's so fun. Like, I get excited for Jake's takes and to see who is doing what around the uniforms across college football. But man, hard when you got America behind you, when you've got the military behind you in a hype video, that is hard to beat.
Well, it's a perfect segue into the Tulane conversation with uniforms, because we've talked about these City Edition uniforms before, but today is when they'll actually be wearing them. And I watched a video of the hand painting of the helmets, and every element of the detail that goes into those was just absolutely astonishing. And it's such a great look. And then to wrap up Jake's takes as well, FIU is going with the sweet Sunblazer helmet today. It almost looks like the like if the Kool-Aid man with a smile now in a mean sun form, just absolutely crazy looking right there. I love that look. Hey, we're talking about FIU on Jake's Takes.
Yeah, this was almost something I wanted to bring up in Carter's Corner because Brennan will show you the Sun Blazer. That's Florida International University is usually the Panthers, so they're going with the Sun Blazer today. They're not the only school in Florida that has had a very interesting original mascot, because University of Central Florida, who play your and Jacob's Texas Tech Red Raiders today at 2:30, they were originally not the Knights. They were the Citronauts. So would you rather be a Sunblazer or a Citronaut? Because I think I would rather be a Citronaut.
Citronaut, close.
Yeah,
Right?
give me the
Close
Citronauts.
call. Yeah.
The unique originality there.
Yeah, let me show you.
And then last one, just because it's the game I'll be at covering today. You've got Arizona State with their military salute and their tribute to the United States military for the game against West Virginia, and then also a nod to Pat Tillman with the PT-42 logo engraved in the Arizona State color. It's a white helmet with a kind of a crest in the burgundy and yellow with the PT-42, white pants as well. Really good looking uniform from the Sun Devils. So that, my friends, is Jake's Takes. We're against fighting in football. We want you to play multiple sports, and I'm always here for the uniform talk. So thank you, fellas.
You never know what you're going to get with Jake's Takes here on Fan University. Well, coming up next, we had a very special interview. Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech star linebacker, joined us here on Fan University. That conversation is next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but this hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Forget something else to remember that who eats this groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
That's gross.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? It's Fan University. It's Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now we are joined by a very special guest. Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez is joining the show for the first time. Jacob, it's a busy week, man. How have you been doing?
Good, man. I appreciate y'all having me on.
Of course. Well, coming off the BYU game, all the hype in Lubbock, college game day, everything going on, you obviously had a huge win, the key interception, all that. But you have to reset. There are still 2 games left, Central Florida this weekend in Lubbock. What was that like this week, kind of leaving BYU in the past, using the momentum, but then refocusing for senior day this Saturday in Lubbock?
Yeah, we have a 24-hour rule. So, we have 24 hours after the game, whether we win or lose, to be able to watch the film, correct it, and then get on to the next. And so, we've been doing that all year. And I think it's just something that we do, and we've done very well. And so, we're ready. We're ready to go for this game, and hopefully we can produce. But we've had a great week of practice, and I think we're ready to go.
Well, Jacob, I don't have the 24-hour rule, so I wanted to get a thought or two on just the environment in Lubbock for that BYU game, because seeing the videos online of all the Texas Tech fans leading up to game day, and then obviously the game itself, you've been in Lubbock for now 4 years. What was it like then compared to the scene on Saturday for that game?
Man, it was great, especially throughout the whole week. We had Raiderville out in front of the facility with all the tents set up and students camping out and everything. And it was great. And, all the support that we got the entire week was awesome. And, it was a little bit more publicity than we, had, previously. But I think Lubbock and West Texas deserved it. I think we got to put on a great show for everybody in the country to see. And, we're just happy that we were able to give them that opportunity for, those people to be able to come out and see what it's all about out here. And, but yeah, it was great. I think the atmosphere of the game specifically was awesome. We were striped out across the stadium, and it was sweet. They got a cool couple of shots of it. I don't know if you guys seen those, but I mean, it was awesome. And the whole time it was super loud. And I think, BYU came out and said, they had problems, on offense trying to communicate and hear. And, that's what it is when you come into the Jones. And I think, it was just a great opportunity for us to be able to put that on display. And I think everybody in West Texas deserved it.
No doubt about that. Jacob Rodriguez is with us on Fan University. And Jacob, you talk about the support that you guys have been receiving, and rightfully so. And one of the storylines that I'm fascinated with is the support you're probably getting from your wife, who by all indications is as badass as they come. I mean, an Army helicopter pilot. What has that been like? And maybe for the rest of the country that doesn't know, like, the dynamic of, hey, she's an Army veteran or an Army helicopter pilot. You're one of the best players in college football right now. That has to be awesome right now. Could you just share with kind of what that relationship has meant to you and the support from your wife?
Yeah, it's been awesome. We got married a little over 2 years ago now. And, she's been right by my side every step of the way. Unfortunately, she lives elsewhere, because she has a lot of obligations that she has. But I think she does everything she can for me when she can. And, we sacrifice so much for each other, but we're always there to be able to support each other and be there when we need to be. And, she's just done everything for me. And I'm just so thankful for her and, all the love and support that she's given me, every day. And it's been amazing. We have a really cool dynamic and, a great story. But, to me, it's been like that, ever since we've been together and, been around each other. And I just really appreciate, her support from, loving afar. But, it's awesome.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to that. I mean, do you guys ever like get in debates or maybe arguments of like, I'm a pretty good linebacker, but hey, I'm a helicopter pilot, like as far as who, has like the kind of the bragging rights as far as, some of the flexing and that can be done?
No, not really. I think our relationships have been real supportive. I guess there's really not, much, debating going on. I feel like we've just been supportive of each other, and we both realize how demanding each of our specific jobs are, and I think we just kind of give credit to each other whenever we can.
Jacob, seeing the team and everything that we've talked about this before, but just the new guys in, you being that stable force there on the defense, to see that it has come to fruition. 10 games in, there's still 2 games left, plus the Big 12 championship in the playoffs. So a lot to play for, obviously. But seeing that this has rounded into one of the best units in the country, not just the Big 12, how does that feel, just a confidence level, knowing you can go compete with anybody with the guys you've got on that side of the ball? And did you expect this early on? Like, we're seeing it really play out during the season, but you guys had all camp. You saw Lee Hunter. You saw David Bailey over the summer. Is it just like just walk us through how fun it is to play with these guys and how confident y'all are heading into what will be the stretch run for the season?
Yeah, it's so much fun to play football with, everybody on the defensive side of the ball. And, it's the most fun I've ever had playing football, and I feel like I could say that for a lot of the guys out there. And I feel like that's apparent whenever people turn on the tape and, watch us fly around. And but we knew very early, like I would say, I knew, from the first spring practice that we had, in all the off-season training that we did. And I know David came a little later in the spring, but everybody kind of knew that we were going to be pretty special. And, we had that belief that we were going to be, something if we wanted to be. And I think we have a lot of confidence in, our ability to play even better. And, we're playing well right now, and we're doing a lot of things, but then we're doing a lot of things that, are hurting ourselves. And so I truly believe that every single one of those guys are really only focusing on, improving every single day and getting better week to week. And, it's easy not to get hung up on, what we've done, because everybody in the locker room believes that we have so much left to give, and there's so much more to improve on, and there's so much more work to be done. And so I think there's just the confidence comes from, our preparation every week, with everything that we do routine wise. I think, the opportunity for us to get better and better every single week just keeps everybody going.
All Big 12 linebacker for Texas Tech, Jacob Rodriguez, joining us here on Fan University. And you mentioned special. And at one point in your college football career, you had a special designation that was FBP, football player. That's one of my favorite things about Bronco Mendenhall and how he would designate certain players on the roster. And now playing linebacker, does that mentality of having maybe not just one set position like you used to have, does that still come into play in kind of how you've been able to basically create a turnover a game up to this point in the season?
I mean, I think that was, so long ago, now that I've been here in Lubbock for 4 years. But, man, that was such a fun time in my life, being able to go out there and play under him and play for the University of Virginia. I had so much fun. I created so many good relationships there. But, definitely playing on the offensive side of the ball helps a little bit with, getting to know, what kind of concepts they like, where to attack the grass. If we're in quarters or if we're in, a middle close defense, kind of where, we can be attacked. And so where we can kind of cheat our leverage a little bit within the scheme of the defense to, help make plays. But I think a lot of it, there is correlation, but a lot of it's just, with what we've done here with this team and, just how much fun we're having and everything that we're doing, this defense is just, continuing to get better.
Jacob Rodriguez with us on Fan University, and your answer segues perfectly into my question because we're talking an offensive player in your past, now a defensive player. Not impossible for a defensive player to win the Heisman. There's been some Heisman conversation around your name. How do you handle all of that? And more importantly, I want to know why Jacob Rodriguez should win the Heisman Trophy and be a part of that discussion. A little self-campaigning for you.
The stats are great this year, but the biggest thing that makes it easy to just keep going where there's no pressure is just being accountable to every other one of those 10 guys on the field. If I can just go out and do my job, I think it sets us up for the opportunity to take the ball away. And you'll have all the stats if you just play the game the right way. And football is meant to be played a certain way on defense. With violence and speed and effort. And, if we can continue to put that on the field, and we just continue to do our job, it puts us in a great spot to be able to do the things that we've done already and then, things that we can continue to improve on. And, I really don't have a way for me to, single myself out other than, just doing my job.
Hey, well, if we had votes, we'd be voting for you, man.
You got 3 right here.
I appreciate it. But yeah, I think, just being able to, be a part of this defense and just doing my job. I think that's what's, giving me an edge right now. Is just being a part of such a great defense. I think, with the edges in the front that we have, and then, the back 7 guys that we have, I think, everybody plays so well with each other and we communicate well, and, there's areas to improve, but, if we continue to improve on what we're doing right now, I think we got a shot to be special.
Yeah, Jacob, I'll wrap with this question. The relationship with Coach McGuire, you've mentioned being here for multiple years, and he loves you. Y'all have such a great relationship. It's senior day in Lubbock this Saturday. What are those emotions going to be like for you and Joey, you think, walking onto the field, walking in and out of the Jones for not necessarily the last time, depending on playoff seeding and things like that, but in terms of regular season, can you speak to that relationship and what Saturday will be like for you and Coach McGuire?
Yeah, Coach McGuire is the best. If I had, I always tell one of our, freshman linebackers that, I wish I had another 4 years like you do, and this is, a great place to be. And Coach McGuire and, Coach Will and everybody, I have so much appreciation for everything they've done for me and everything this university's done for my family. And, I'm just so appreciative. But, right now the mission is just to go 1-0. And we have to, take care of business. And so that's kind of where my head's at. Whenever we go down on the field and I start walking across the field with my family, then, maybe some memories will come back and, how much appreciation is shown for my family. But, right now it's kind of not really where my head's at yet. But, some emotion will probably definitely creep up during that time. But, yeah, definitely got to focus on, winning the day on Saturday.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm not surprised by your humility. I've been blessed to speak with you a few times now. Just what the example of a true leader, that's Jacob Rodriguez at Texas Tech, man. We appreciate you so much joining Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Texas Tech, UCF at 2:30. We enjoy watching you, man, and we can't wait to see you. And we appreciate you taking some time out of your day to speak with us. Go get them on Saturday, all right?
Yes, sir. No problem. I appreciate you guys having me on. It's been a blast.
Texas Tech set to take on the Central Florida Knights at 2:30 this afternoon, Carter, and with a real chance to not 100% guarantee them a spot in the Big 12 championship, but a win today at home. Senior Day goes a long way for the Red Raiders. And just getting to talk to Jacob and seeing the senior leadership, you understand why this defense has been so good. And not Jacob Ray, Jacob Rodriguez, the other Jacob. Why this defense has been so good. And with all the transfer portal guys and the new pieces that Tech brought in, why there's so much continuity with that guy leading the team.
Yeah, so much of just, it's not like, don't always look at me like Jacob Rodriguez is the face of the defense right now, and the mustache definitely helps. This interview will be up on our YouTube channel, on the 105.3 The Fan channel, in about 3 or 4 minutes, so you can go rewatch it there if you didn't get a chance to just hear it. But yeah, he's constantly like, hey, look, we've got great guys on the defensive line, we got great guys at corner, we got great guys at safety. Like, on all levels of the defense, don't just make it about me, make it about the entire effort. And that's what the whole season has been for Texas Tech. It's not just about, you mentioned they have the big names, David Bailey, what have you, but it's a team effort, and that really showed last week against BYU, totally shutting them down. And these last 2 games, it's against 2 of the teams at the bottom of the Big 12 standings in UCF and West Virginia. So more chances for them, and I do think he'll get some emotions on Senior Day. There's no way that's not going to happen.
Yeah, he has been such a stable force for Texas Tech, even through the beginning years of McGuire where they weren't winning 9-10 games. So I think it's going to be emotional. I don't know if his wife will be there. I wanted to ask him that, and I totally forgot.
What if they did like at games when they show the military spouse or the mother, whoever, on the big screen, and then they walk out of the tunnel and they're
little
there.
Military surprise for Senior Day. We don't want to get Jacob too touched. We got to keep him focused for the game at 2:30.
Hey man, he's a football player. I know he didn't want to talk too much about his time at Virginia as a FBP, but that man's a football player. Top to bottom, the dude is just good at what he does.
He is, man. Well, we were fortunate enough to talk to him, and hopefully we'll get more player interviews here on Fan University as we get going. But we're going to wrap the show with some crosstalk, and a familiar name is back here in the force coming up, filling in for Fred and Blake. We'll talk to that surprise guest next here on The Fan.
Cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
But no, but eat. No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Laser blades. What? Nutmeg maybe? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Self-Help Squad?
And it's back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registration 2023 and 2024.
That's right. It's Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are going to wrap up our show. Great show today, Carter. Ton of fun. Jake's out in Arizona. He has now left us to go to the Arizona State-West Virginia game. But we are now joined by two special guests. CA's in the house here on this Saturday. And the one and only who I just met, but apparently he is an Odyssey and a fan legend. Back with CA, Will Chambers has joined.
The return.
The Fan Jam legend is back.
I need a physical map to be in this place now.
New building. A treasure
map.
map.
It is a crazy building.
It is wild walking around here, and I'm like, I had to ask, okay, where's the bathroom? CA had to walk me around. I'm like, where are we going? Where did I put my stuff down?
And he had to bring his badge with him, too, because you got to keep a badge with you, because you can get locked out of this room and several other places here.
Will's back, but he doesn't have a badge.
That's how. Yeah, that's how.
We're going to hold it for 2.5 hours. What I'm hearing.
You're going to have a friend take you to the bathroom.
Oh, God.
Yeah, for
I really should be. I probably should be chaperoned pretty much everywhere I go anyway.
Yeah,
but,
he doesn't know the building.
I'll tell you guys, I've been loving Fan University.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you so
fun.
much.
We had, the Fan Jam last year during, college football season was what, CA? About 90%, 95% college football. And, we just, with the new CFP playoff with the 12 teams and so many different scenarios and things that you can talk about, which is like, remember when baseball expanded their playoff and it kept so many more markets involved, and you're like, man, this should have been done a while ago. And now you've got that, and you also include that with the transfer portal. Whereas all these mid teams that would never have a chance to play, for anything close to a championship, everybody's in it for so much longer. You just got to get in there. You don't have that top really. You knew Georgia was going to win the title. You knew Bama was going to win the title. I mean, it is starting to feel like the Ohio State Invitational a little bit, but there are so many. I mean, if you're a Red Raider fan, you're like, screw you, Will.
Red Raider graduate right here.
See his guns up, and over there in the
Jacob
Pimp
as
Cup,
well.
Jacob's another. You're surrounded by the Red Raiders,
and that's a great point too, because I agree completely that Ohio State looks like they've separated themselves from the pack. But schools like Texas Tech would not have had this opportunity
a couple years ago, 3-4 years ago. And so now Indiana, another great team.
No doubt.
The parity in college football.
That's why you play the games, right? We talk about it, but that's why they play the games on the field.
And you can complain about the money and how much money these kids are receiving if you want to, but you can't argue at this point that where we're at in November, it's way more interesting now than it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Absolutely.
And you know what? That's what they were afraid of. Oh, the games early will be meaningless. No, they're not. They're more important than ever.
And you probably have, I would say, 8 to 12 teams that you could probably convince me could win a national title this year. And that's exciting. The playoff is open for teams like Texas Tech to potentially win a national championship, and it feels really good.
You know, so wild about it, it's similar to the NFL, and it makes it very uncomfortable for the powers that be, the traditional powers like Alabama or Texas, or name the schools who totally dominate all the time. They're uncomfortable because it's more wide open for anybody.
Those days are done. Those days are done. They're gone. We're never going to have it again like that.
Yeah, and the portal does not allow them to load up with talent and be 3 deep. You know what I mean?
And this is where I've always had this argument, debate, discussion surrounding the SEC. When I say, you know, when Oklahoma and Texas, when it was first announced that they were going to become in the SEC, I'm like, boy, they have no idea what they're getting into. And it wasn't Georgia, Alabama, LSU. It's exactly what's on your screen right now. Well, they're in a commercial.
A&M?
It's A&M playing South Carolina.
Yeah.
It's Texas playing Kentucky, who took them to the absolute brink.
Oklahoma versus Vanderbilt.
Yeah. And Vandy was forever the doormat.
Exactly. Not anymore.
And probably the worst team is probably my Cats, probably Kentucky.
Should have beaten Texas.
Yeah, they're not a bad team.
And it can change because of the portal.
You get Hugh Freeze fired a couple weeks ago, and you mentioned South Carolina. That's a prime team for that, right? Look at today, OU Alabama. OU loses to Texas the very next week. They go on the road, dominate South Carolina in Columbia. Look like a completely different team. 2 weeks later, Alabama goes to South Carolina, needs a late touchdown to barely escape and win that game. And Alabama's a 4th-ranked team in the country at that point. And so any weekend in this conference, it's much more NFL-esque, where there's no gimmies. There's absolutely none.
And that same South Carolina team is up 17-3 in College Station at the end of the first quarter.
Another touchdown. We're going to talk about it coming up today at 12:20. After we talk a little bit about the Mavericks game last night, that I've been saying all week, I have this feeling about South Carolina just because that these are the games that are really difficult in between those huge matchups that you have with the big dogs in the SEC, that it's really tough to play a South Carolina team that has got a ton of talent. Lenora Sellers, you know, it's a group that many thought had a chance to go to Atlanta in the beginning of the year.
They won 9 games last year and brought a lot of that back.
So check this out. You guys got the Fan University on lock. We're going to talk about college football because big games today as well. You mentioned the Mavericks. The Stars are playing tonight. But, Will, you have some news about the Cowboys that just came out today.
Todd Archer tweeting out just a few minutes ago. Brian Schottenheimer said it's trending in the right direction to have safeties Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson play on Mondays. Now they'll have to create a roster spot for Hooker, who was on IR.
Okay, one of the 11 guys who's stunk in his absence that the Cowboys have played on defense can go. I feel like that's not going to be too... But look, you have Overshone, you have Ravel coming back, you have Williams will make his debut, Logan Wilson as well. If these two guys come back as well, that's 6 guys who you haven't had for the last, pretty much all of the season, right? Can come in, and it's not going to be an immediate, okay, they're here, the defense is going to be good. The talent level is going to be so much better than anything they've been dealing with so far.
So the game Tolos and Cowboy fans get to play today is, who will it be?
Yeah, who will it be? And do you feel like the Cowboys at 3-5-1, if these defensive reinforcements are actually able to come in and make a huge difference, is there hope? I mean, do you think the defense will see a significant improvement, or is it a little bit too late, or is 4 or 5 guys coming in, can they really impact the team moving through what will hopefully be a playoff run?
This is what becomes really difficult when you're a fan of a team, right? Because... And we're going to get into my bold predictions I made on my last show and what I had right and wrong. But one of them, and it wasn't actually something I made on that day when we had with Bobby and Zach were in and we were talking, because I thought the Cowboys coming into this season were going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL.
And before you say anything further, here's his credibility. The year before, when he did his bold preseason predictions, he predicted the 49ers would fall apart and miss the playoffs, and it happened. And at the time, it was like, 49ers are dominant. Like the Philadelphia's always dominant. And they fell apart. So that's why you go,
Washington,
When Will talks, you might want to listen.
Yeah. But, just like we get some right, we get some wrong.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, one of the things that I felt coming into the season that was the biggest question mark was Dak. Because of the injury, Gavin Dawson has been talking about this forever because he had that same injury, and it's one that does not get better. It just kind of gets worse over time. And before he got injured last year, and I'm talking about the ankle, before the hamstring injury, he did not look good. He has never looked better than he looks this year.
I'm telling you.
And this offense, now we're coming into the last couple games where the offense has faltered a little bit, ironically enough, as they got healthier. But be that as it may, they've been terrific. They've been so much better than I thought. The running game has been something I didn't think they were going to have, but I did believe one of the reasons why they were going to be so bad is because of the defense. But now you've had this offense playing so great. You're still at 3-5-1, and then you feel like the Cowboys just kind of went for it by going to get Quinnen Williams. You're like, is it enough to make you an actual contender? And I think no.
No, I'm with you.
So is it worth it?
Maybe in the long run. And keeping the 2 first-round picks in this upcoming draft, I think, is a big part of that, to where next year could truly be something where you work out a lot of the defensive kinks with the new players you got this year.
That was the biggest part of it, by the way.
Okay, but you know what the biggest part is? Is that Will Chambers is back. The texters are happy. From the 214, Will, MF, and Chambers, he's back in all caps. Will's retirement lasted 3 months.
I knew he wasn't
OMG,
retired.
that's Will Chambers' music.
What did I say?
Will and his
on
element.
That last day? I said I wasn't going to be gone forever. I was going to be.
But why were you crying if you didn't think you were going
Yes,
to?
please read that.
From the 214, this is my favorite one. Will is like the McRib. ... Only for a limited time.
And that limited time is
right
today.
Now, man. Well,
the next 2.5 hours, baby.
Will and CA are going to take you through the afternoon. Watch football, put it on mute, listen to these two guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. But this was Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. We hope all of you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next Saturday.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go on a big Saturday. You know who that is. That's a legend for decades. He's in 3 Hall of Fames. His name is Chris Arnold. Will Chambers, great to be back in the warm embrace with the Tolos. Dylan Moore is back in the cup, steering this ship as we'll take you for just a couple of hours, and then it's Oklahoma and Alabama.
Fan Jam is back.
The reunion is here a little earlier than expected. The plan was always going to be, without a question, Thanksgiving. You and I had always hosted together on Thanksgiving, leading up into
Boston
the Cowboys
said you could
matchup.
come back for Thanksgiving?
For sure. And then some changes were made this week, and I got in touch with the bosses, and I said, hey, let me know when you need me.
Well, I've always said this, Will Chambers. You're not retired. I was never going to believe it, even if a cameo on Thanksgiving counted as not retired. I knew you were going to be back some kind of way. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. The Tolos have been excited about your return. We're going to read a lot of these texts. You've blown up the text. And by the way, I say this again. Will, nobody knows college football better than you. Great job by Fan University. They've been awesome all
incredible.
Season long. Today's show was really, really good. But I'm going to say this again. You have always been the source and resource for college football at this station. We're so glad you're back on a Saturday college football afternoon.
It feels good, and we got 4 matchups that kicked off at 11 a.m., and one of which we were talking in Crosstalk. South Carolina leading the Aggies, the third-ranked team in the country, with 10:30 to go in the second quarter. This is one that I thought all week, I just had this feeling. I was even saying it last night. I'm talking with the girlfriend like, hey, I just have this thing about South Carolina today.
South Carolina?
As you mentioned, 877-881-1053.
I'm going to read them. I got to read them.
Do we have? I don't even have. This is so new to me.
Reset. Tell everybody about your first trip to the station about an hour ago.
Okay.
New building, new station.
So in the new building, and you guys have heard it, from everybody, the last couple of weeks. And, the lobby, you walk in, it's gorgeous. It is huge, this whole
one
floor up here. And
6 stations on one floor.
I'm not even kidding that I think I really do need a physical map. Like I'm 85 years old to just get around this whole floor.
I think there are at least 15 studios here. I'm going to count them. But on this one floor, 15, because we got like smaller studios for podcasts and things, and other special things if other stations come into town or different artists have to come into town. You got rock stations up here. You got KVIL, you got KRLD, you got La Grande, you've got Jack FM, you got K-Love, you got all these stations up here, 105.3 The Fan, and everything is new. All the furniture is new. The carpet is new. The paint is new. The engineers have been doing everything up here. The operating boards are new. In fact, I was telling everybody, I said, in full transparency, Lucius always said, holding the Gators down in the Pimp Cup. Well, guess what? It's like flying a brand new airplane for all those guys. So props to them for holding it down.
And just getting in here because all of us that are, we call them in the business, ones, we're like bringing us in and out of break, leading.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we all kind of sit in the same chair. I don't know if this is where Sean sits or Dawson.
I think Sean and Dawson sit there around this table here.
Well, we had always been used to looking directly into the Pimp Cup.
Right.
With the clock right up there. I got the clock over my left shoulder now. Boy, TC and Spittle are going to be pissed because I'm going to be so late all the next 2 hours. The clock's going to be a mess for me.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Pimp Cup. It's to your left now.
Yeah.
And
I can barely see Dylan in there.
Dylan barely. Their board is kind of, I don't know, it's not straight looking out the window towards us. It's kind of like centered, and he has to look over his right shoulder just to see us. So, again, it's the little things that called bugs or people know about Wi-Fi since the pandemic. There's little things that might be a little bit off, and we just blame it on that.
Well, I'll tell you what, and I was telling you this when we got together this morning. I thought, I start prepping on a Friday for the show, like per the usual. It took me about 10 minutes to organize my thoughts on trying to prep. When you are in the rhythm of doing it weekly, you're just kind of building off last week. Everything is so easy. I could not figure out. I know we're going to talk a lot of college football. We're going to talk Cowboys. The Mavericks are playing. And all of a sudden, I'm looking down just a blank sheet. It literally took me 10 minutes.
So when was the last time you did it? August?
No, it was June.
June.
Yeah, it was June.
See, again, I knew you weren't going to be retired. And again, we've seen you at some 105.3 The Fan remotes. So I was like, okay, Will's still in the family. I'm like, you're not retired.
Oh,
no, we just got to figure out a way. We just got to figure out a way. So again, it took you a little while. Get your reps in and get a show sheet together. And some of the stuff we're going to talk about include?
No doubt, Oklahoma at Alabama in Tuscaloosa today. That'll take over for us. That game kicking off at 2:30.
Right here.
You've also got Central Florida and Texas Tech, Iowa and USC. Those are the games at 2:30. I mentioned a little bit South Carolina and A&M right now. You've got Notre Dame at Pitt. 14-3 with the Irish leading. South Florida and Navy also going on. I got to pull up the scores here. I'm still I'm used to having more screens here.
Let's slow down a little bit. What's on the show sheet?
So we're going to talk a little bit about the Mavericks. Now, last night, Mavericks.
I'm at the game.
Yeah.
That's the next segment, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk a little about it. I kind of watched it. I already had.
You were at a sports bar.
We were sort of. So, yeah, a couple of guys that, we're good friends with, Ben Rogers and Jeff Wade have a new brewery. Mm-hmm. It's within walking distance to where I live. One of my favorite bands. There are cover bands. I've seen a lot of cover bands. I've never been to one that is as good as Ryman and Steelin'.
And who are
it's
they
a Beastie Boys tribute band.
Are you trying to say you got to fight for your
right? Oh. It was so good. So, we're there, with the group. We're up front. My sister, my girlfriend Becca, buddy Dan, this whole crew. And then, Dan and I, we keep, looking, turning back, being, trying to look at what's going on with the Mavericks game, which was an absolute thriller.
Double overtime.
Yeah.
We'll get into that next segment.
So, it was amazing last night, but just getting into the rhythm here today, this is going to be a lot of fun.
By the way, the Stars are taking they're back off the road. They're taking a 4-game win streak to the American Airlines Center. They're going to take on the Flyers from Philly.
We talked a little bit in the crosstalk about what Todd Archer had tweeted out about 15 minutes ago, and that's the fact that it's trending towards Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson being available for the Cowboys in their Monday night matchup with the Raiders. We'll have pregame coverage starting right here on your home of America's team at 4 o'clock on Monday, following an abbreviated version of the G-Bag Nation. So we'll talk about that matchup and the Cowboys and just kind of an overall look at the season. It's been a while, so I had certain thoughts about the Cowboys coming into it, but where do we go from here? the big trade, with Quinnen Williams, I think the worry that I had for the team or for the fans, and I'm sure that's what many were thinking that as you're approaching the trade deadline, okay, don't give away the the first round picks for next year. They're able to get Quinnen Williams, somebody that they wanted so badly for a while now, and they were able to do it without giving those 2 first rounds away. I think that is huge.
You know what's so wild? Everybody was thinking that they were trying to go after the guy they're going to be going up against on Monday Night Football, Crosby. The edge.
Yeah,
Max Crosby, who's from Texas. I think he went to North Richmond. He's somewhere in North Texas. I forget what the school he was going to. And it was like, okay, you got to get him. And all of a sudden, it's Quinnen Williams. There were some Cowboy fans in Tolos who didn't know anything about. They weren't aware of his fine work. I wasn't familiar with your game. And so they didn't know this guy is a disruptor up the middle. And it's not just, he's a geek. He might be all right. He might be Mozzie. We don't know. He's Taco. No. How long will? We've been doing the show for I don't know how long. I have been saying on the air, even with G-Bag, they need somebody in the middle on this defense that can cause havoc. At first, I was saying, you got to go up to get Aaron Donald. But then Aaron Donald got so good at the Senior Bowl, he became a top 10 pick. And they wound up with Zach Martin, which is fine. I said, get Vita Vea. I was just naming these people you got to go get. And instead, they were like, well, we're not worried about that. We'll get some edges. We're going to get some linebackers. We'll get some secondary guys. We finally got Quinnen Williams, who is top 5 in every category up the freaking middle. I was always saying, give me a 350-pound, big butt, run-stopping, D1, the technique.
Yeah, right.
The guy. We got him.
Hot take here.
Yeah.
A dominant 1 or 3 technique is more important to your defense than an edge rusher.
Ding, 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 ding. You don't have to convince me.
But look, Max Crosby is incredible.
Yeah.
I remember watching Khalil Mack, starting his career at the Raiders, and then the Bears trade for him. And that first game, I think a Sunday night against the Packers, and he wrecked the game. But the Packers won. Micah Parsons here. We've been talking about how great of a player he is. How much has it mattered? Not a whole heck of a lot as far as, making a difference in winning playoff games. Aaron Donald literally won a Super Bowl for the Rams.
Yes, if it wasn't for him, the Bengals win.
Bengals win that game.
last play of the game.
last 2 plays.
Yes.
He had the 2 sacks.
Ask Joe
one
Burrow.
of which, ask Jamar Chase.
Yes.
Who was buck naked open.
Wide open.
On the last play of the game, and if Burrow has a half a second more, he scores a touchdown, and the Bengals beat the Rams.
And Joe Burrow is Joe Montana.
Yeah. So
that's his legacy. That's how big up the middle. Oh, well, I got to do this. I'm looking at all these texts just grinning. 877-881-1053. The Tolos are texting in, weighing in. I got to read a few of them. Fan Jam. Hi, CA. Welcome back, Will. Great to hear you two again. Bears beat the Vikings tomorrow. Let's go,
that's
Bears.
My man, Scott.
Hold on. Scott, it was Scott and Sanger.
Of course.
And just for you and Scott, because who do we just mention? The Bears? Shot. Everybody.
I was wondering with the new everything, I was like, what is still in the system?
It might happen. In fact, the 972 was saying, shots, let's effing go, Will. Another Tolo said, OMG, that's Will Chambers' music. Love you guys, and love you, dude. That's from Mark C. Another 972 says, Will Chambers' retirement lasted like 3 months. Ha, 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 I'm glad he's back. And 940 says, WTF, is that my man Will back on the Fan? Miss you, buddy. Another Tolo from the 214 says CA was right. He ain't retired. 210 says Big Will in the house, all caps. 682 says stoked to hear you again, Will. And another Tolo wants the answer to this question. 214. Did you bury the lead? Hashtag girlfriend. Is that why you're back?
That's not why I'm back. That is an accurate statement. And if you follow me on Instagram, which is really the only place I pretty much
follow you.
Yeah, at Sweet Willie C. Mm-hmm. We just went on a cruise. My first cruise ever.
Okay.
And I start laughing because we're sitting in the pool, and we got some drinks, and then sure enough, what do I hear? Shot, and I start
kidding.
So Becca takes the video.
Where's the cruise?
So we're to the Bahamas.
Okay, there's no way you're supposed to hear that.
So, so it's playing, and she's doing one thing that she is like incredible about is like taking pictures and doing videos, but she's really good with TikTok. And so she makes these awesome reels. But she was just doing one, like a simple one where you're kind of like going around showing everything. And then, of course, she gets over to me and I just kind of look at, into the camera and I'm just like, I started talking about the Cats.
Kentucky. For those who aren't familiar with the game we're talking about, is every time Will talks about Chicago Bears, anything Cincinnati, including the Bengals or the Reds, or anything University of Kentucky, because it
was the Liam drinking game.
Yes, it was the Liam drinking game. And
Liam, I tell the story about how we were on the air in the middle of a segment when I learned that Liam was short for William. Liam Neeson.
No idea.
I don't even know if I know any other Liams or like famous ones, but I didn't know it was short for William. And people were texting in, and I'm sure enough, I'm like looking it up on the computer. I'm like, oh my God.
Your name is more famous than you think of. There's ways to say it. It's kind of like there's a famous actor named Topher. Well, that's short for Christopher.
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
Topher Grace.
Yes, Topher Grace from, what was that show? He was on with the other guy.
Ashton Kutcher.
Ashton Kutcher, yeah. 469 says, I wish William was full-time. Give him the night spot or give him Chiafalo spot. He contributes so much with everything he has to say, and it's just so much. That's from your mom.
My mother would never besmirch Eric Chiafalo.
Yep. And by the way, she's my guy.
817. Will, how you feel about my Lions now in your last day? You said they were done. Welcome back, my guy. Well, as it just so happens, at 1:20 today,
mark it down.
We're going to talk about the predictions I made on what was my final fan jam, the final fan jam day. Some I got right or on the way to possibly being right, and then some I've missed, and clearly the Lions are one.
A couple of more Tolos weighing in. 972 says, I'm still at work, but as soon as I get home, I'm getting hammered for Will MF and Chambers. And then here's a great backhanded compliment. The 940 says, Will's all right for a Yankee. That's an ultimate Texas compliment, son.
Yes, sir. Well, I don't have any bourbon in me yet, so that's when the next. Kentucky starts to come out a little bit.
Yeah, he's a brown liquor man.
That'll happen when you get a couple of the Kentucky brown juice.
The Tollers are so on point with this
70s show, yeah.
They're all waiting and say, that was that 70s show, that 70s show. Thank y'all so much. Oh, my goodness. There's another 214 says, Will, the thrill and the legend, nothing better on a Saturday afternoon.
And nothing is better on a Saturday afternoon than some good old college football this season.
That's right. One more. Damn, all caps. All caps, Brandon has to say, what up, my guys? That's your guy, Brandon.
It is great to be back
Tolo.
in the warm embrace of you Tolos and having the text line up in front. It's great to hear from you all. Stay with us till 2 o'clock. Again, Oklahoma, Alabama will follow us. We'll talk more about the college football games today and what we saw last week. I'll tell you exactly my thoughts on the biggest news of the week. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Are you looking for dockable lakefront properties less than 90 minutes from Dallas? Saturday only, November 22nd. Dockable lakefront properties start at just $79.9, featuring mature hardwood trees with great build sites on your lakefront property. Ask about our barndominium package starting at just $129.9. That's a barndo with land for just $129.9. This is an unbeatable value with limited appointments available. Premium dockable lakefront properties starting at an incredible $79.9, plus an exclusive barndo package for only $129.9. These prime properties feature a pristine lake, fishing pier, paved roads, and power. Call 469-489-3916. Reserve your private showing for these exclusive exclusive lakefronts available one day only. Saturday, November 22nd. Call now for your appointment. 469-489-3916. Call 469-489-3916. 469-489-3916.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Join Corey for the official Fan Cowboys away watch parties at the Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Grill, November 17th, 6 to 9 p.m. at 104 East Highway 80 and 40. Enjoy $18 domestic beer buckets, Texas whiskey and Codigo touchdown shots, and more. BeardedMonkeyGrill.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
It's the Fan Jam here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Could we have an upset in Tuscaloosa today as the 11th-ranked Sooners take on the Crimson Tide?
Boomer!
2 o'clock today,
Sooner.
right here on 105.3 The Fan. Until we get you there alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers. We got Dylan Moore back in the cup, and appreciate you hanging with us this afternoon. It's great to be back in the chair with you all. The Mavericks last night, and we'll talk about that matchup coming up on whether or not I think that there's going to be an upset. Spoiler, yes. Also, South Carolina taking care of some business. Indiana, lots of stuff on college football.
You said South Carolina. You're burying the lead. They're playing A&M.
In
Aggie fans, you better be aware. And by the way, keep it right here. We will update you on this game all the way through.
Yeah.
But A&M is getting their undefeated behinds handed to them by South Carolina.
This is life in the SEC, but maybe a little momentum swinging for the Aggies. They've had some unfortunate circumstances happening in the first half, and we'll get you updated on that here in just a moment. The NBA Cup is going on last night. The Mavericks fall to the LA Clippers, and James Harden with his 82nd triple-double of his career. Najee Marshall getting his first star of the season. Yeah, D'Angelo Russell coming off the bench. Look, the Mavericks are 3-10. I just, being this is the first time that we have been together for a while, I wanted to, my thoughts on this with the Mavericks go as follows. Jason Kidd likes to work things through a regular season so that when it comes to the playoffs, he's got a better team. So he could be working through or trying to do certain things that are not going to look good right now. And by having Cooper Flagg playing the point, it's been very uncomfortable, obviously. My question to you is, do you believe that this is going to bear the fruit eventually on how that they have started Cooper Flagg? Because I'm already hearing people being like, oh, he wouldn't, if they redrafted, he wouldn't be the first overall draft pick. And this, I'm like, whoa.
It's the knee jerk. First of all, you said it right about Jason Kidd. He likes to see what kind of players he has, who he can trust, and he likes to put them in situations so that they aren't overwhelmed by the playoffs. He did this with Giannis, and he actually said it in the press conference because when he was coaching the Milwaukee Bucks, he had Giannis handle the ball a lot so that Giannis would be comfortable with it if they needed him to do that. Same thing with Cooper Flagg. He said, I'm going to make him very uncomfortable because I want him to be able to thrive in those situations because he's got a huge basketball IQ. We're talking about Cooper Flagg. So as everyone's watching an 82-game season play and they're judging, which you shouldn't do on the first 10 or 11 games,
right?
Cooper Flagg. He's 18 years old, but you see the brilliance that he has, and he's put him in these situations now because guess what? End of March or you get to the playoffs, that won't bother him at all. He's not going to be the main point guard. Everybody knows Kyrie's coming back. He's not even the point guard now. I will say this, had Brandon Williams had he not been hurt with a hamstring all the entire month of October, which started in training camp, he probably would have been out there playing more as point guard because you saw his brilliance the last 3 times he started. So let's not bury the lead about the game last night. What I took in the game last night, by the way, shout out to Eric Chiafalo and his wife Marion. They came to the game last night. If you missed Chiafalo on G-Bag Nation yesterday, that's because it was his wife's birthday, and the caveat at the end was to watch a thrilling Mavericks game, which was a double overtime thriller. I mean, it's one thing, yeah, you lost to James Harden and the Clippers, but the way the Mavericks were playing, they looked like the team last year that never gave up, never quit, knocked off some people that they never thought they would beat, and wound up getting in the play-in because every game was close, down to the wire. Even sometimes they only had 8 guys playing. So last night's game was a thriller. D'Lo looked great. His best game of the season, but he didn't have nothing in both overtimes. Without him and his performance in the fourth quarter, he was toying with the Clippers, taking it to the basket. It's like, this is D'Lo, but there's a reason why D'Lo is D'Lo. Sometimes you don't know what the hell he's doing. Is it a heat check or whatever?
Yeah.
In the overtimes, he didn't have anything. Several turnovers. I think they had 5 turnovers in the overtimes. But Cooper Flagg had incredible moments. I think Cooper Flagg had 14 points. Najee Marshall was awesome. He had 26. I think both of them had 28 points or 26 points. It was a return of Derek Lively.
Right.
First time he had played since October the 26th.
Some points in the fourth quarter.
Yep, you didn't have P.J. Washington. Daniel Gafford was incredible, including sending the game into double overtime because James Harden thought he had a shot. You know, he's full of flops and full of fakes, and he did all these things. He had this ball go up way high. There was going to be a teardrop shot into the basket. And Daniel Gafford swatted it at the height of the apex. In fact, they had to review this thing to see if it was the game winner in overtime or would it be a block shot that would send the game into overtime. They took it to, New Jersey for the reviews. They had to show their latest technology where it was like an animated screen of showing the ball up at the top and the angles. It was like drone shots.
It's AI, isn't it? It was pretty cool.
It was really, really cool the way we reviewed it. And it was like, it showed no doubt Daniel Gafford, the landlord, blocked that S.
I mean, when just from the naked eye, Dylan, I don't know if you thought or when you saw it, like the first replay of it, I thought the ball was starting to come down.
Yeah, you didn't know.
I really did. And I was like, oh, wow. Now, we couldn't hear because, we're at the concert and all that kind of stuff. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
What was the vibe in the building leading up to the game, beginning of the game? Because I know we talked about it, like the vibe was incredible throughout, you said later on, but it was a really exciting game. Post Nico, what was the vibe in the building?
The vibe was, okay, the team started slow. Okay,
right.
But also you got to know the building and know the game nights. It was a Friday night crowd, which meant it was a slow arriving crowd.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost like a Lakers game in L.A. It's like
they're finishing up their tabs in the lounge.
Thank you. Those kind of things, or wherever they're coming in from, traffic, whatever. It was a late arriving Friday crowd. The team started slow in the first quarter. I was like, but there was no people mumbling or grumbling or mad. They were just late arriving, and they were just watching. They go, Well, there wasn't really anything to cheer about at first. And then all of a sudden, Klay Thompson got on fire. In the first half, I think he wound up with 13 or 16 points. He was shooting the lights out when he got the ball. So that ignited him, and all of a sudden, you started getting these big plays out of Najee Marshall. You started getting big plays. Derek Lively was grabbing rebounds. I don't think Derek Lively even scored, but he was on a minutes count, too, because he's just coming back from his injury. But Daniel Gafford was making plays. And again, you're talking about the Clippers, which is a team that's supposed to be making some noise in the playoffs. But again, this is early. And they had lost 6 straight games a variety of ways. You didn't have Kawhi Leonard, but you had James Harden with his full of tricks. And of course, the referees were falling for a lot of different things.
Yeah.
It was like, and I'm not just even complaining. It was like they were calling stuff both ways. They were like, what was that? I'm talking about the refs. So with that being said, it was a little disjointed the first quarter, but after that, it was riveting basketball, and the crowd was totally into it.
So I'm going to talk briefly about this because you know how I do things. I don't like going back. It's been a while since I've been here. This was a story this week, but I'll say this in regards to the Nico thing and to the Mavericks fans. Turn the page. You showed the power that you have. Throughout all this, the beginning of the season and all the fire Nico, I mean, I get it. We all get it. But I was thinking, okay, what are these players like Cooper Flagg? How are they feeling about this? This is tough. The last thing that you want to do, right, is to have somebody not enjoy playing in front of the home crowd. I think it's over.
Yeah.
And let's turn the page on it.
I think everybody's watching basketball now.
Yeah. And that's why I was curious about the vibe in the building. And it especially once, as you mentioned, Klay Thompson getting hot. It was a part of a 13-3 run in the first quarter to get him back in it, where it was looking bleak early. 28 points apiece for D'Angelo Russell and Najee Marshall, who also contributed 8 rebounds. So the Mavericks do get the loss, 133-127.
A couple of quick notes. Mavericks will play. They were playing like, if I recall, this homestand is like 5 games and 8 nights. And I think they even take a short trip and still come back. But tomorrow night, they're taking on a surprising Portland team. Tonight, the American Airlines Center is the place to be for the Dallas Stars, who are coming off a tough road trip with a 4-game winning streak. And the Moose is loose. We're talking about Miko. Oh, my God. He's setting up everybody. The Stars are playing.
Wyatt as well.
Yeah, Wyatt, Wojo. I mean, it's almost like we're talking about. I was on filling in for Kevin Hagelin.
Listen, you guys had Ryan Ray on.
Yeah, they're from the broadcast, from the Stars broadcast.
Yeah,
and I kid you not, I was saying, the Moose is Miko is setting these guys up when he's not scoring himself. He's setting them up like Dak is throwing the ball to CeeDee Lamb and to George Pickens with Wojo and Jason Robertson. I was like, oh my God! And so again, the Stars are playing very, very well right now. So Stars fans, get ready tonight. Puck drops at 7. It's the hated, because they're from Philadelphia, Flyers are in the town.
The Aggies are doing whatever they can at this point to make things as difficult as possible as they look to stay undefeated on their way to a college football playoff run. Now, coming into, Tuesday night, with the rankings coming out, and everybody's like, the argument has been obviously Ohio State won, but who was going to be 2 and who was going to be 3? To me, it was a total toss-up, and coming up at 12:40 today, we'll look back at my college football predictions back in June, but also going to give you my current top 10, and it's honestly a coin flip between Indiana and A&M. I'll explain my exact thoughts on that coming up next segment, but, you get South Carolina scores the field goal, A&M comes down, field goal, then they miss a field goal. Then South Carolina gets a fumble return for a touchdown. Now, it looked like it's 20-3 as we're approaching the end of the first half in College Station, with South Carolina leading the third-ranked Aggies about, under 2 minutes to go. But their last possession, they had just gotten an interception. It looked like maybe some momentum was turning for A&M. They missed another field goal as they headed deep into South Carolina territory. They are also there again, and Marcel Reed just threw an interception in the end zone. Wow.
Let me say this I have no dog in the hunt. I went to OU.
Yeah.
OU's got their hands full this afternoon with Alabama. At Alabama, that game's going to be heard right here on 105.3 The Fan. But I wanted to see, for just everybody, because they haven't played in so long, I want to see undefeated Texas A&M with Texas with that one loss in conference play for just the drama of it all at the end of the month. I wanted both schools to win out this month so that you can have this epic A&M UT rematch for the first time in I don't know how long.
Yeah.
And instead,
we'll see.
The Aggies are just
I think we're all used to watching the Aggies, crap themselves at some point in the season.
The Aggies will be Aggies.
Yeah, but
even Kevin Hagelin said that too, and he graduated from there.
Right. Oh, every A&M fan.
They don't trust it.
Yeah. They don't trust it. Yep. We do. There's always.
We understand.
It could be on a good run. You could be 5-0, 6-0, and then all of a sudden, a bad loss. Again, let me say this: this is playing in the SEC as South Carolina has just taken it in for another touchdown. These are so talented teams. 80-yard touchdown reception from Nick Harbor.
Bombs away.
It's difficult. Now, even a one loss is not going to kill their season, which is the great part about the college football playoff. I think that this is a very different Aggies team, or a different, I should say, program right now that I have ever seen in watching Texas A&M. I think Mike Elko is sensational. I think he is the they finally got it right. But I will take a little bit of exception with the 2-1-4 here. Aggies have played nobody and struggled with spares. Look, they won at Notre Dame.
And they won at LSU at night.
And they beat.
That's
and
hard
they
to
won
do.
at Mizzou.
I don't care how.
You're 1,000% right.
That home field is the most dangerous place in LSU.
Yeah.
At night, that environment is insane, and they won out there.
So, have they had the toughest of SEC schedules? No. However, they do have some wins on there. I am still a believer that Notre Dame is a very good football team, and updating you there in Pittsburgh, they're all over the Panthers 21-3. Jeremiah Love, 10 carries, 87 yards, and a touchdown. CJ Carr, 13-19 for 145, a touchdown and a pick. Pitt is 7-2. Notre Dame is still tough. Everybody wants to trash Notre Dame, being the independent. I'm like, why? I get it. Would most people like to have, Notre Dame in a conference? Notre Dame's never been in a conference, and I don't think they ever are going to. And they play an ACC schedule. So if you want to blame anybody, blame the ACC for sucking, 1. 2, in the non-conference, they started out their season with 2 tough opponents.
Yep. They weren't hiding from anybody.
No, they were not. And part of the predictions that we're going to get to here in just a couple of minutes, which is we could have called that. I'm already late. So we'll get to that with Miami and then with A&M. Those are 2 tough opponents. And those are the 2 losses on the season for Notre Dame. Let's get to my top 10 and then relive the predictions because I had a whopper of a miss, but also some good in there, too. We'll do that. It's all next year on The Fan.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This holiday season, don't let your house feel like Cousin Eddie's RV.
Drafty windows? You serious, Clark?
If your windows are cracked, foggy, or draftier than Cousin Eddie's wardrobe, it's time to call Best Buy Windows and Siding. We'll come out the next day and give you a free quote to keep your house cozy for the holidays. 10 windows for just $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsandSiding.com today and make sure your home is warm, welcoming, and Cousin Eddie-proof this holiday season.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Hey Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party with something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
Bake your favorites with Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off 365 brand select baking essentials with Prime through December 2nd. From pumpkin pies to sugar cookies, we've got your recipes covered. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouth-watering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too. 50% off all window styles, plus you can get 0% interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. See the newest in-home fitness equipment at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Step into their stores, try Peloton's latest cross-training Bike Plus, Tread, and Tread Plus with the help of certified experts. And you can also experience Tonal 2, the ultimate strength training system designed to fit your space and your goals. 15 stores in Texas, 7 right here in DFW. There's one near you, johnsonfitness.com. Find your nearest location at johnsonfitness.com.
Hey, it's Corey Majors here, and we're having a blast at our official fan watch parties at the Bearded Monkey. Monday's kickoff is at 7:15, and we'll be at the Bearded Monkey's 40 location at 104 East Highway 80. Plenty of Tolo giveaways, so let's party and watch the game together at the Bearded Monkey and 40 with the Fan.
And it's back to the Fan Jam here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is turning into an absolute meltdown in College Station. It's a reunion of the Fan Jam here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold with Dylan Moore back in the cup, and it is awesome to be back. This has been so much fun, and it is flying by. We're taking you up to 2 o'clock today, and that's when we will have Oklahoma, the 11th ranked Sooners, taking on the number 4 ranked team in the country, the Alabama Crimson Tide, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coverage starting at 2 o'clock with kick at 2:30. Only twice this season, CA. The Aggies have given up more than 30 points. They are down at the half 30-3 to South Carolina as Mike Elko is talking to ESPN sideline reporter.
Can I tell you what he said?
In the locker room.
Can I condense what he said?
Sure.
She's asking him all the tough questions, and this is his answer. What had happened was, that's it. You can't explain this.
No.
Not at College Station. How? How? South Carolina's good, but not that good.
No. Poor
Elko.
Marcel Reed with 2 interceptions in 3 plays. A touchdown was the result after one of the interceptions, and then after the second, at least in those 3 plays, because I think he's got 3 in the first half. No. Sorry. The other one was a fumble return for a touchdown earlier in the first quarter. That one resulted in a field goal, and that got us to the score of 30-3.
Got a couple of totals texting in on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, 877-881-1053. The 940 says, meltdown in College Station? Sounds all too familiar this time of year. And Aggie fans do know this. It's a damn shame that they couldn't roll through November and set up the showdown against Texas, and UT doing the same thing this month. 619 says, all of us want a Texas shootout, but the Aggies always give us false hope. Let's go Horns. That's from Tolo Anthony. And a couple of these other ones. 469 says, just tuned in. Is that Sweet Willie C I hear?
Indeed it is.
And then another 817 says, OMG, Will, make Beastie Boys your theme music. That lit your fire.
Oh, boy, did it ever. Last night was so awesome.
Yeah,
Ryman and Steelin', if you ever have a chance to go check out Ryman and Steelin'.
And another Tolo from the 817 says, Will is back, Will is back, Will is back. You got to fight for your right to party.
They finished off with Sabotage, and they actually were playing it like guitars and drums. It was so badass.
They did do Brass Monkey.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Funky Monkey.
Oh, yes, they did. Okay. Back in June, where it was oh, wait, I wanted to update this real quick, too. Fresh off of the upset of Washington in their last game, Wisconsin's been holding on, taking on the Hoosiers in Bloomington, the number 2 ranked team in the country. But it was just a 10-7 lead for IU coming out of the half, and then they promptly took the ball and went 9 plays, 75 yards, 17-7. Now your score there between Indiana and the 3rd-ranked Wisconsin Badgers. Yes, they are.
I've always thought that.
And
you can Google that.
And also, A&M is very for real. You can have a bad Saturday.
Yeah.
That's the greatest thing about college football right now.
And by the way, before the expanded college football playoff, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
But not no more. They could still make it some kind of way.
Oh, they're going
with
to be
one
just
loss?
fine. With one loss, they're absolutely fine. There's really 4 teams today likely in the SEC when you think about Ole Miss, Alabama, A&M,
Georgia.
And Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
If they win today, they are likely in the college football playoff as we sit here already just, middle November.
Yeah. And isn't this the month that the SEC plays these weak schedule teams?
Ole Miss had the Citadel last week.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, this month is like, who the hell?
The juggernaut.
What are they doing?
Is.
The directional state universities?
Yeah. You'll have those sprinkled in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a trip back to what we used to call what I nailed, what I failed.
Let's say, when did you do this?
This was June.
Okay, back in June.
This is late June.
Because you had not been on these airwaves since June.
I believed, all right, so my national championship pick was the Penn State Nittany Lions. Yeah. Boy, that got ugly quick.
Did James Franklin call you the Jinx?
Oh, man.
He lost his job over you, Will.
You just watch those games and you're like, what are they trying to do? You have the best running back duo in the country with Singleton and Allen. And then, Aller, I always thought that they should be trying to open it up down the field. I don't know if he's reticent to do it or play calling or game planning, but it just did not look good, and it unraveled within 3 weeks.
And that's why he got fired, because they were supposed to be that good.
Yeah.
Top 3.
So then when you look at the game last week, when you asked the question about Indiana, okay, all right, I know that Penn State has, 3 wins? Penn State still has one of the easily top 5 talent roster in the country.
Oh, yeah.
So they could at any time play with anybody.
Right. They're just inconsistent, as talented as they are.
Okay. So huge miss by me on that one. The 2 teams that I thought could be a wagon if they get good quarterback play. Texas and Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
I said Texas is going to be a wagon if Arch becomes what everyone thinks. But I said, and I was saying it all off season, I got to see it first. I did not really see it last year.
Are you saying you did not anoint him? That you didn't drink the Kool-Aid? You didn't drink the burnt orange Kool-Aid?
No, I did not. Or just the Manning in general Kool-Aid.
Well, you know what? I was one, and this is again, everybody knows I went to OU. I never say I hate on UT. And my logic is I want UT to be great, so when we beat you, it means something.
Right.
But back to what I was thinking, I was filling in for Sean one morning with RJ, and we had Colt McCoy on. And he was trying to remind everybody. He said he has a great relationship with Arch Manning and the Manning family. Talking about Colt. He said the whole offensive line is basically new. This is not last year's team. Half the team went to the NFL.
Right. Yes.
So he was saying, pump the brakes a little bit because, a lot of people are anointing them the preseason #1 team, and they're going to blow out everybody because Arch is finally getting a chance to start. And I was like, I'm going to remember what Colt McCoy said. I'm going to say this thing might be a work in progress.
This individual, I'm not sure he has a home.
Oh, there's a person. Look who's here. Walking into the new studio.
My brother.
Wait a minute.
Roberto.
Don't say his name yet. Don't say his name. See if the Tolos can recognize the voice.
Got you down.
Bobby Bell.
Bobby's here.
Grab a mic for a second if you can. And if you see some headphones laying around.
By the way, Texas
Welcome
taking on Georgia tonight in Athens with that offensive line that you were just, talking about that is playing better as of late. And appropriate enough, the Texas apologist himself is now in the building, Bobby Bell. They are playing better.
They are. How's it? If I'm the apologist, are you the Colt member?
Yeah. I'm the SEC guy. Yeah.
You are the SEC Colt member.
That is me. I'm leading the charge.
No, I'm so, when you say you're not sure if I have a home, I am so committed to being on the air whenever there's Cowboys news that we're flying to Vegas tomorrow
to join Sean Sharif.
Yeah, no, I'm working.
And
actually.
his wife?
No, I'm actually working. We're flying to Vegas tomorrow for the Monday Night Football game, and so I have to come up here and pick up a Comrex unit because I'm going to be hosting on West Coast time at 4:00 in the morning from my hotel room.
Oh, that's going to be a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be great, but I'll be a trooper about it. I'm not going to call in like Sean does.
Stick around.
What are you doing here? I thought you didn't work here anymore.
Yeah,
I told you he wasn't retired. I told you, Bobby, that he was not going to be retired.
I was going to be back here and there. It was going to happen, but here we go.
You don't think I don't know that?
Yes, I know.
One other thing about Bobby and Sean. Bobby has created through AI a fake Sean Sharif. That's if you've heard his work on the fake Broadus.
Oh yeah.
Have you heard the Sean Sharif one?
No.
Oh, you want to hear how we opened the show yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, here, hold on. I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, Dylan, don't worry about this. He's got it on his phone.
I'll play it right off of here. Yeah, so Sean, when Sean's out now.
This is crazy.
Yeah, the text that just came through from the 972, Sean Sharif is on maternity leave for Zach's new baby.
Yeah, no, that's been the new line, is that he's taking everybody else's paternity leave. So this is how we opened the show yesterday.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif here. I can't be with you at the firehouse today. I'm a serial arsonist in the Plano area. I can't risk being found out, but the guys are there for the Choppy and Bobby Firehouse Tour that we've renamed because I've been present for like 3 of the last 12 of these things. Live from Plano Station number 5 at 5115 West Park Boulevard. It's the Choppy and Bobby Firehouse Tour 2025.
That's totally AI. That is not Sean.
I mean, it's actually me. It's me reading, and then it goes through a filter.
Because that's what I did. That the open that we have for the Tales from the Chambers, where it's Pat Summerall's voice, and I did that. Like it was what I played for it. You play like the audio clip, and it was him introducing at quarterback,
right,
number 16,
right.
Joe Montana. It's
at quarterback from Fort Thomas, Kentucky, number 8, Will Chambers.
So I actually I just typed it out, and then that's what it gave. But he is way better at it than I am.
Bobby's a genius. I've said that a million times. Agree or disagree with it again. But this man is too smart. He is too smart.
Okay. We left a lot on the table there.
There's more to talk about.
More about what I got right and wrong, and then the top 10. We're going to do that before we get you to OU, Alabama. But while we have Robert here, we're talking Cowboys next. There's some news that came across about an hour ago on who could be available for the Cowboys in their Monday night matchup with the Raiders. If you missed it, we got it for you next year on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Currently, we're farming about 800 acres, and every year we're looking at what we can do to improve our farm, plant fertility, higher yields. That all starts with ag research.
Every year, America's research universities drive over $3.4 billion in agricultural science that supports U.S. farmers.
I want to keep this family farm in our family.
Help protect American farmers. Visit research4.us. Paid for by Research for a Stronger America.
Saturday, November 15th. Don't miss the second annual Rattle and Roll Car Show, North Texas Hill Country's biggest hot rod and classic fall event. Check out SEMA cars from star designer Chip Foose. Meet Gas Monkeys Richard Rawlings and John Clay Wolf. Sanctioned by the Good Guys Rod and Customs. Show off your ride. All entries welcome. Register at walnutspringsrally.com. That's walnutspringsrally.com. Foose, Rawlings, Good Guys Rod and Customs. All on November 15th at Walnut Springs, Texas. Powered by GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell us your car.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the number one cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right, it doesn't just happen. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so many of the boring things we don't really want to get into. Because it gives us time to talk about the exciting stuff, your comfort. You see, Skechers want you to feel so comfortable you swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. So we have features like Skechers Air-Cool Memory Foam that molds to your foot and wraps it in luxury. And Skechers has fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more. All comfort technologies that make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology, and this, folks, is a game-changer. This tech allows you to just step into your shoes and put them on. You don't have to bend down and struggle. You don't even have to touch them. That's ultimate convenience and comfort. So you see, comfort is a technology, and nobody, and I mean nobody, does comfort like Skechers. The Comfort Technology Company. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
This weekend starts at Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, your go-to for fight nights, football, and flavor. Whether you're rolling in with the crew or catching the game with a watch party, we've got the setup. From Friday through Sunday, enjoy $5 off select 100-ounce balones and buckets, $3 shot specials, and ice-cold 29-degree beers served straight to your table. 60 FW locations, all tuned into the action and turned up for the weekend. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
And here you are. That is in stereo.
My mic was off, CA.
One more time.
Oh, that made even more so.
Got you down.
Hour 2 here on this Saturday. The 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers, and joined by Bobby Belt on loan from Sean and RJ before he heads out to Vegas as the Cowboys will take on the Las Vegas Raiders. Their first trip to Vegas on Monday Night Football. Dylan Morris back in the cup. We'll be back into some college football before we give way to Oklahoma and Alabama right here on The Fan. Also, you can, I forgot to mention this earlier because I'm so not used to this back when I was doing the weekends with you. YouTube as well on the weekends. So we're streaming. You can check us out
as soon
there.
as Will's gone, we can actually put these guys on camera.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, before we go
face for radio.
Before we go any further, we got some housekeeping to do, courtesy of Tim Collins.
Mm-hmm.
He wants everybody, all the Tolos, to know, of course, the show is going to be followed by Oklahoma at Alabama, 2 o'clock. 6:30, you got UCLA at #1 Ohio State right here on 105.3 The Fan. On Sunday,
Nico Mialava. Oh, wow. You can tell it's been a minute.
You got it.
It's been a minute.
Tomorrow,
not looking to play.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Sunday, 11:30, you got the NFL. Chargers at the Jaguars right here. And at 3 o'clock, you got the Seahawks at the Rams. On Monday, pregame show for the Cowboys begins at 2 in the afternoon with a special live 2-hour edition of G-Bag Nation and the Specs Tailgate Show from our brand new studios here at Lakeside. And then at 4 o'clock, you got Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus live from here with our official Cowboys pregame show outside of our regular pregame features that include a look around the NFL and NFC East, a live visit with our own insider Bobby Belt in Las Vegas, and a check-in live with Babe and Christy, and an exclusive one-on-one interview with Brian Schottenheimer with Brad Sham this week. And we'll also feature live from our booth with Jason Horowitz, the play-by-play voice of the Raiders. And my player profile interview this week is with DeMarvion Overshown. I will say this to you gentlemen. I was out there yesterday at the Star, and as Bobby knows, it's a whole different environment since the tragic death of Marshawn Kneeland.
Locker is not open yet.
The locker room is not open yet. In fact, they've asked for only certain players to be available because not everybody has reconciled their emotions.
Yeah.
And so it's not like total access. And Overshown, I do not want people to miss this pregame player profile because he's special. He talked about, you thought Shotty's press conference was great. You thought some of the other, Solomon Thomas was his stuff was great. Dak's stuff was great. Wait till you hear from DeMarvion Overshown. And he also talks about his return because he hadn't played this year since that knee injury, how he feels being on a pitch count, and what he thinks about the new guys, Logan and Quinnen.
He was, they loved. They've always loved him as a player. They've loved him as a person. But in 23, when he got hurt in the preseason, and I've told this story before, but he was typically they say that guys can have a tendency to hang their head when they get knocked out for the year, and they don't. They kind of feel sorry for themselves and they feel isolated from the rest of the team because it's not like you're just with everybody else when you're rehabbing. And they said that John Stevens and David Durden got hurt around the same time for the rest of the year, and Overshown showed them a lot as a rookie where he was like, no, we're not hanging our heads. This is our position group.
Yep.
So we're going to work like the other guys work. We're going to study like the other guys study. We're just going to do it here among ourselves. We got two receivers and a receiver, a tight end, and a linebacker. So it's not like a normal position group, but we're gonna work the same way. And they were really, really impressed with him when he handled it that way.
He's an amazing guy, and when he talked about how it's therapeutic for them to get back together and be together at practice and be together to talk to each other, and how he spoke to the team. He even talked, this is with my pregame interview, that's why I want everybody to listen to this. He even talked about how he was in tears in his car trying to reconcile his emotions. And that's how, and he says it in such a great way about how they're dedicating and honoring Marshawn Kneeland this season with the decal on the helmet and the practice T-shirts and the way he plays and the smile he had and his enthusiasm. Again, it was one of the best pregame player profiles I've ever done with a player for the Cowboys.
Can't imagine, putting yourself in their position and trying to compartmentalize ahead of a game that, look, the Raiders are what they are and they suck for the most part. But this is obviously a pivotal point. In the Cowboys season. A loss in Vegas would be absolutely crippling.
You're done.
especially after making the moves that you just did. And speaking of which, Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram tweeting out about a half hour ago some highlights from the Brian Schottenheimer conference call with the media. Solomon Thomas, unlikely to play. As we heard from Todd Archer earlier, Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson are trending toward playing. And the bye week was big for linebacker Logan Wilson, one of those acquisitions to take in and digest information needed to be ready on Monday night.
I know you hate being interrupted, Will. But I'm going to do it really quick.
Okay.
I just need an explanation because this is literally the first time I've seen this because I've been working all morning. The hell's happening to A&M?
Yeah, they had a complete meltdown.
I had not seen
at
that.
the end of the first half.
Dear God.
2 Marcel Reed interceptions on 3 plays, leading to 10 points at the end of the half. So nobody needed to get to the locker room more than A&M at the end of the first half as they've just
the
kicked
largest
off in the second.
halftime deficit by a ranked team versus an unranked team in 20 years.
Wow. Well, there's only been 2 games this year that A&M has given up more than 30 points on defense, and they did it in the first half against South Carolina. And by the way, South Florida is getting worked by Navy, and that has or might have some huge implications for the Mean Green, but we'll do that towards the end of the hour. DeMarvion Overshown and Siobhan Revel are flexible going into Monday. What the hell does that mean, Bobby?
It means that they are going to have some availability, or maybe they won't, or maybe they'll be active and they won't play, or maybe they'll play a ton, maybe they'll play a little bit, maybe they'll only play on special teams. It's that sort of wiggly definition that coaches tend to like. I would imagine that Overshown will play more than Siobhan Revel does, though.
The Cowboys clearly have had issues at the safety position this year, and I'm wondering what the game plan is going to be. You know, you had Brock Bowers with an unbelievable game 2 games ago, and then virtually non-existent. That kind of happens sometimes game to game with tight ends, but he's obviously special. That, to me, I don't know if you agree or disagree, is the biggest focus for probably the Cowboys on defense, or at least I know stopping Genty has got to be something, but not allowing Bowers to have just a huge game.
Yeah, that's who can really hurt you is Bowers. Like even Genty had a good game a few weeks back, but Genty struggled, and it's been tough for him. But this is obviously a running game, a running defense the Cowboys have had that has not been particularly good. You hope you've addressed some of that and fixed some of that. But yeah, Bowers has to be the top line item.
Yeah, and back to Genty for a second. Broaddus was talking about this yesterday. Yes, the offensive line for the Raiders suck, which is why Genty has not produced like he did at Boise State. But don't let him get 2 yards, because then once he's, that's when he can cook.
Getting touched, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't want to have a Rico revenge game.
Buckle up.
In other words, Genty grew up in Frisco. Right. He always wanted to play for the Cowboys. Not that the Cowboys dissed him by not drafting him, but he always wanted to play here. He wants to show off for his home team.
Communication. You got a lot of moving parts here. Guys that are obviously coming back. Overshown has not played. Not in Matt Eberflus defense. Yeah. You bring in Logan Wilson. They said Schottenheimer saying, according to Nick Harris, tweeting out, has been very sharp in digesting and taking in communication points, but that has to be something, too, that is going to be curious to see how that plays out Monday night.
Yeah, I mean, Quentin Williams said it took him a day or 2 to get the playbook down. Now, obviously, the linebackers are probably going to have more calls and different things that they have to be aware of, but Quentin was able to get it down pretty quickly. I will say, Overshown has been, for the communication aspect of it, Overshown's been in the classroom the whole time. So he's got, he's done all the study work that he needs to do. And then Logan Wilson, I just know what kind of instincts he has. And so when you see him on the field and you see the way that he reads things naturally and is able to react to them, to me, I still think you're going to see more consistent communication and fewer busts and things like that, just for the simple fact of having Logan Wilson out there, even if he's not completely up to speed with everything yet. Once they get up to speed with everything, the defense should be noticeably better, significantly better, by getting back Overshown and adding, Quentin Williams and Logan Wilson.
Do you agree?
Bobby's right, by the way, because I was out there at the Star on Thursday yesterday, Friday, and Logan was saying he doesn't know his direct responsibilities yet, but he knows the system. In other words, they wouldn't have traded for him if he wasn't a Eberflus fit. In other words, he didn't fit this style of play. And so he's going to be comfortable out there. And as Bobby said, he's a very smart guy. He's a high football IQ, so he's not going to be in the wrong place at the right time.
We're making these moves the right thing to do?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, if you're talking about just Quinnen Williams is going to be here. So he'll be here for a while.
Yeah.
Logan Wilson will be here probably next year. So to me, it was the Wilson one. You barely gave up anything. That's completely fine. Quinnen Williams, you gave up a lot, but he's a difference maker.
And you didn't give up any of your first rounders for next year.
Right. And so you've delayed that a little bit. So to me, yeah, it's absolutely worth it. And I've already said I think they're going 6-2 down the stretch. I don't know if that'll be enough to get them in the playoffs. That'll be 9-7-1. But I think they're going to go 6-2 down the stretch because I think that they have fixed essentially the run defense because Ezeraku and Clowney are playing really well against the run on the edges. You've got Kenny Clark.
Clowney always has, pretty much.
Yeah, Clark and Odigizua are playing better lately, and you throw Quinnen in there. All right, well, now your trenches are good. Your trenches are just good. They should be an advantage every week, or most weeks. The linebackers are naturally going to be better. That helps the top two or the first two levels of the defense, which means teams are going to have to throw it more. They can't just pick which way they want to do it. They're going to have to throw it more. That'll allow Dallas to kind of pin their ears back, rush, create more turnovers that way. Even if they're not better in communication, even if they're not better in coverage, they're going to have more predictability and they'll be able to rush more effectively and hopefully get more turnovers in the end.
I've been quoting Bobby for weeks because he said the simplified version right after they made the trades on it comes down to 3 games. And what did you say? You only have to win one of these 3 games?
Yeah, so if you've got the Kansas City, Detroit, and then Philadelphia, in that 3 games, you basically just, if you go 2 out of 3 there, or even just lose both, you should be able to clean out the rest of it. You should. You should be.
On paper.
Chargers are playing better. And so you'll have them in that mix. But I think that Dallas will match up well with the Chargers. So
just win one of those 3.
Yeah. If in terms of to get to 6-2, it's reasonable to think they can get there if you just, or it's Detroit. It was Detroit. Yeah. Detroit, Kansas City, and then Philly. And if you get 2 out of, or if you lose 2 out of 3 and they're even still, I think you could finish 6-2.
Quinnen Williams was not going to be available for the Cowboys in the offseason, was he?
No, they tried to make the trade.
Yeah.
They tried to make it Micah for Quinnen.
Because, I mean, I can see, and I've heard like a little bit, not that this is a, loud majority speaking out, that, the Cowboys are making moves when they're in a weaker position, or at least one where they don't have as much leverage, right? You're having to go for it, so maybe some of these moves cost a little bit more than they would if you did anything in the offseason, which they didn't do much of. But that's why I asked the question, because I'm like, okay, well, you've been wanting Quinnen Williams for a while.
Yeah, and you couldn't get him.
You couldn't get him.
Yeah.
But because the Jets have just imploded like the Jets do, that made him available.
I think that if you tell me Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, moving up 15 spots in the first round, which is basically what you did with the trade-off, and $20 million in cap flexibility for Micah, I think I do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think much about it. I think I just go, okay, sure, I'll take it.
Yeah,
But like a lot of people said, in the perfect world, if they could have done that in April, that would have been the perfect world.
Sure.
But it didn't play out that way.
Yeah, Jets weren't willing.
So therefore, and again, the Jets weren't willing. So it's messier. But the result is you kind of came out on top in a way, especially when you look at the finances.
Well, pre-game coverage, as you heard CA mention, that'll be coming up with a special edition of the G-Bag Nation, all starting at 2 o'clock leading up to Monday Night Football as the Cowboys travel to Vegas for the first time. Last meeting with the Raiders was in Oakland back in 2017. So that'll be fun.
Do you
think you're going to sleep before you're up at 4 a.m. for the show?
Oh, I'll sleep before that. The question is, will I be able to sleep after I get off at 8? I don't know if I'll be able to get. I want to, but I don't know if I'll be able to fall asleep again.
Yeah. 8 Vegas time, 8 in the morning.
Yeah, so 8 Vegas time is when we'll get off the air. And so then, I mean, I still think even though we don't leave for the stadium until probably like, I would guess we'd leave around 1 or 2, something like that. I think at most of these places, checkout is 10 or 11 still.
Are you on the charter after the game?
Yeah.
So I'm going to, I don't know. We're supposed to land 3 o'clock. We're supposed to land 3 o'clock on Monday.
His body
Which, by the way,
clock's
Peyton is
messed up.
off on land 3 o'clock on Tuesday, 3 o'clock in the morning. Peyton is off on Tuesday.
Why?
Because
he's taking advantage of Zach Wilson's baby again?
No, Peyton will have. He takes off the day after night games because it's just too much.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Meanwhile, I'm
he's
rolling
doing
off
both.
the tarmac and into the show to talk for 4 hours, and Peyton needs
And having
to
not slept.
Yeah. Make it make sense.
Yeah,
Houseway.
I want to throw up right now thinking about that.
Yeah, Philly was bad. A couple years ago, last year, Pittsburgh, when we got the rain delay, we landed at 5:15. I had to go straight into the station.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that drill.
Yeah, I'll be
back in the
sleeping
day.
on one of the. I'll be the first one to find or Kevin Walker, I'm sure was. He's the one who's always sleeping up here. I'll be the first of the hosts to figure out where can I sleep in this
All
new
those
building.
couches are nice.
But I don't know if the lights go off.
Oh, yeah.
I think the lights stay on.
Well, at that far end up there where you were kind of like messing with your that's the quiet end of the whole floor. That's the quiet end because all the other way, you got the
there's
music stations.
8,000 areas to, like, seating areas here.
Yeah, there's 8,000. But at that far end, nobody's walking around. Down at the other ends where the rock stations are and where La Grande is and where KRLD's right next to us, if you go down that way, the opposite end, there's nothing but the engineering part.
I wish that we had a couch in here. I wish we brought the couch from
Back
the
in
other
the
place because
day.
I could cut off the lights in here.
Yeah. And have it to yourself.
I wonder what they did with that couch.
Let's go get it.
We should. You want to move it?
Yeah, I'm busy the rest of the day watching college football.
Let's borrow Fred Davis's truck and get it.
Yeah. It's good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, too.
Yeah, thanks for
Bye,
popping on. That's
Hugs
the
and
great
kisses.
Bobby Belt on loan from Sean and RJ here on a special Saturday Fan Jam reunion. All right, the Aggies are on the board, but we revisit my NFL predictions. I know you Lions fans out there, you've been waiting for the time for me to come back or show my face so you can stick it to me, and your chance to do that is next here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Mark, I've heard you guys say don't get hurt twice. What does that mean?
Don't get hurt twice means you've already been in a car wreck. You've been hurt once. Don't make a decision where you're going to get hurt again. And that decision could be going at it on your own without a lawyer. It could be choosing the wrong lawyer. It could be going too long without getting health care. Give us a call. Don't get hurt twice. When you get a call from the insurance company, just tell them your lawyers are Frankel and Frankel. They've got my number.
That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, attorneys you can trust. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs. The fun starts here.
Hey, Tolos, it's Zach Wolchuk, and when I'm ready for a new truck, I'm calling my guy Tony over at East Dallas Diesel.
That's right. It's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. Where buying your next truck, SUV, or car is actually easy.
And no hidden fees, right?
None. No dealer add-ons, no surprise markups. None of that nonsense you get at the big guys. Our prices are real. What you see is what you pay.
And you can be in and out in under an hour. That's my kind of dealership.
Come see why everyone's ditching the dealership games.
Hit up EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap GoodRx, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
100.3 Jack FM doesn't have any former pro athletes on our staff. Wait, does beer pong count? Playing what we want.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
In Texas, we pride ourselves on standing tall. But sometimes, even the toughest folks need a hand. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Or to chat, visit texas988.org. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to provide confidential support at no cost to you. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
And it's back to the Fan Jam on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A 27-yard touchdown pass from Marcel Reed. Isaiah Williams, and the Aggies are on the board. A ways to go, down 20, but plenty of time to do it in. We'll keep you updated on that, especially before we get out of here and present to you here on 105.3 The Fan, Oklahoma and Alabama, alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers. Dylan Moore back in the cup, steering the ship for us. Stay with little NFL here before we close out. Good news, at least trending right now, for the Mean Green. And we'll explain that coming up at 1:40. But we did this a little bit earlier now on the last show, the last Fan Jam, back in late June. We were joined by Bobby Belt, who just popped in here a few minutes ago, and Zach Wolchuk.
Welcoming you back.
That's right. And thank you so much. I mean, this has been unbelievable. The Tolos texting in. It's been amazing. It is so much fun being back with you guys. But if you remember on that last show, and I know some of you, depending on what fan base you are outside of the Cowboys, on my predictions on the NFL season. So a little bit more of what I nailed and what I failed. Now, some of this is obviously incomplete. Well, actually, all of it is, but we can kind of see where things are.
Yeah, halfway through. But again, you made these predictions in June.
Now, I had 2 teams that I picked to miss the playoffs.
And let me say this first. He did this a year ago, and he said the 49ers a year ago, and everybody thought he was crazy. I was like, what the hell? Because the 49ers.
And Washington was going to win the division.
Yeah, you said all that. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about? And you were right on those.
Now, I was wrong on the Bengals winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah. You failed on that one.
Yeah, failed on that one.
But then again, what did you say? It was your team. The Bengals. Shot. Everybody.
Dylan's still looking for those. Still looking for those drops.
New studio.
Yeah, the Pimp Cup is a newer Pimp Cup. All right. One of those teams to miss the playoffs I had was the Detroit Lions.
This year.
Looks that way.
You were thinking that because
they're
the coordinators
6-3. I did. The whole thought of it was that when you lose your coordinators, you can a lot of times you take a step back. And boy, the Lions have just kept churning now. Offense is starting to get a little shaky, right? Dan Campbell's like, no, I'm going to take over some play calling here. But that's a very good team. They did not have the fall off that I thought that they would. Now, my other team that I had missing the playoffs was the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, as we stand right now, they are on the outside looking in.
Okay.
That's just as we stand right now.
But here's what's so crazy about this is if you're not following real close, you kind of think, wait, the Chiefs are okay because Patrick Mahomes looks like an MVP candidate again.
Yeah.
And he really wasn't doing that last year. So you're almost thinking, well, Kansas City's in the driver's seat. Not really. Not right now. Not this week.
They're going to the playoffs. Look, once they got Rashee Rice back, all of a sudden you're like, oh, and that looks like a better team than what we saw last year. And then the Bills beat them, and then the Bills get throttled by Miami, and you're like, what? This is the NFL this year has gotten drunk.
So your prediction, them missing the playoffs back in June, is that based upon those last-second victories that they had last year?
Yeah. And questions on the offensive line.
And they're older, and they're still a target.
They weren't going to have Rice for a while.
Right.
Who was going to be the downfield threats?
Right. For people who don't know.
They don't run it great.
If you win or go to the Super Bowl year after year, it's kind of like the Cowboys in the 90s, you have a target on your back because the other teams look at you as their Super Bowl.
Right. And you're also drafting at the end of every round.
Uh-huh.
So it's harder to accumulate talent.
Yeah, you're thinking like, well, this might be the year.
I had also... because you knew I had to go out like this. Shout out to Scott and Sanger. The Bears winning the NFC North. They're tied for first.
With Ben Johnson as their coach.
Yes, they're both 6-3. I think technically in a tiebreaker, Detroit has it, but look, at this point.
Put it like this. Who thought that Green Bay or Minnesota, well, maybe Detroit, that's a tough division anyway. But you're probably thinking Green Bay's a favorite, Detroit or Minnesota, they're in there. Not the Bears. And lo and behold,
look,
the Bears right now.
Great offseason. Also, Kevin Walker, who was producing that day.
Khaki Kev.
He wanted to do a little extra throw-in on that one and saying, all right, is Caleb going to throw for 4,000 yards? I said yes. And at this moment, he is on pace to do so. Last two division winners. The Atlanta Falcons and the Los Angeles Chargers. It's a maybe.
Yeah, the Rams.
Yeah, all right. I appreciate that, Dylan. I feel better about that.
To you right now.
Yeah,
are you kidding me?
They're in second place, but Denver looks awful. on offense right now. Like, Bo Nix looks completely lost. That defense is amazing.
I thought of Sean Payton's play calling and making Bo Nix look bad this past couple of weeks. Because the fans have been like, what is he doing?
His footwork is just atrocious. Like, he looks like out of nowhere, just confused. I don't know what's going on with that. Really, if I was to sit here and predict everything moving forward, Kansas City's going to win that division. Yeah. I mean, the fact of losing Joe Alt and, in the offseason they lost Rashawn Slater, those were huge losses. Herbert's been playing great, though, and all that. But how crazy of an NFL season have we had here right now? I mean, the New England Patriots.
Who knew? They're dominant. Have they won like 6 straight or 7 straight? Something like that.
They've won 8 straight.
Woo!
They're 9-2. Now, I remember we were talking favorably about the Patriots, and I thought that they would get to the playoffs because before the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer, and we can go ahead and we can give a big to me on that one because it wasn't that I wasn't like the Brian Schottenheimer, like totally like against the hire. It was for me, like I was saying when we came on the show, that happened like later on a Friday night. We opened up the Fan Jam and I said, Jerry is not comfortable with being uncomfortable. Now he argues that he did so in the press conference because he clearly was listening on that Monday. But I respectfully disagree with you, Jerry, on your assessment of yourself there. My guy, the person who I thought was going to be the best hire or what the Cowboys needed was Mike Vrabel.
But you knew Vrabel is a
going to go home.
Yeah, he's going home.
No doubt. But I thought if you were to ask me who was going to be the best person to steer the ship was Mike Vrabel. And look at what he has done.
In other words, if you let that person coach the team, that person has to be able to get along with Jerry and Steven and Will McClay. And don't get me wrong, it's all got to be able, they got to like each other. And Jerry, don't get me wrong, I love the fact that they got Shotty, but he didn't really know him. He didn't know Vrabel was like that.
Tough.
I know what you mean.
Tough guy. What we did not see, again, this is back in late June when QB1 for the Indianapolis Colts,
Anthony Richardson. And you and I both said from the time they drafted him, this guy is just a combine measurables. He's still learning how to play quarterback, and everybody wants to anoint him as Cam Newton. We thought that was going to be the quarterback. And maybe
if you're familiar with my work, you know I am not a big Anthony Richardson fan.
Same here.
But they have been, that's your 1 and 2 seed with Denver as your 3, Pittsburgh as your 4, the Chargers as your 5. That's how the AFC is stacked right now.
Who knew that Danny Dimes would find his way back to prominence? It's kind of like realizing that, wait a minute, our boy down in Tampa Bay is not a bust.
Shake and bake, baby.
Everybody thought he was a bust at Cleveland.
Yeah.
And then he resurrected his career with that one stint with the Rams, that one Thursday night football game or whatever. And now you see what he's doing. So look at Danny Dimes. Got out of New York, showing up big time in Indianapolis.
So you mark this date, right? November 15, where I just said the Chargers were the 5 seed and the Bills are the 6. Then it's Jacksonville as your final playoff team.
Isn't that something?
Then on the outside looking in, Kansas City, Houston, Baltimore, respectfully. How much does that change over the course of the next, the last half of the season?
Yeah, 2 months.
It's just the AFC is absolutely wild. The NFC, not as much because you've got Philadelphia right now sitting at the 1 spot, Detroit at the 3. I think the surprise certainly in the NFC has been Seattle as they sit at 7-2 right now. But I don't know. I'm going to say this right now. I think the best team in pro football, the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, with Highland Park's own Matthew Stafford.
Stafford's been amazing.
He could be an MVP.
And they're also playing some really, really good defense. I think that's the most complete team. But if you are a fan of a team outside of the Cowboys and you're not Bengals, Dolphins, Raiders, Browns, Jets, Titans, Giants, Saints, you're still breathing. You're still breathing. Now, these next several weeks are going to be huge. I mean, the Washington Commanders sitting at 3-7. And I hate this. We talked about this to open up the show really a little bit with the whole Cooper Flag thing, right? If we redid the draft, would he be, the number one? Of course. I hate that. I hate it. And then people were doing it last year, redrafting, Caleb, Jaden Daniels. And we talked about this a lot. I loved both of them coming out. I thought the Jaden Daniels thing was ridiculous. Everybody's like, oh, he's a running quarterback. I'm like, did you all watch LSU play? He is sensational.
Correct.
However, and I'm not saying this as a homer, if you ask me who would I want right now, Caleb or Jaden, it would be Caleb because Caleb is big. Jaden, that was the thing. We talked about it. Brian brought us. We talked about it with him, that you were going to be worried about the slight frame with Jaden Daniels.
Yep, he's slender. And like you said, Caleb Woods, I'm familiar with his fine work. He went to OU for a while.
Yeah.
And then, of course,
we were there. We were doing the show the day that he took over for Spencer Rattler against Texas.
Yep, OU.
That was wild.
OU, Texas game at the Cotton Bowl. And again, the problem for him in Chicago initially, he didn't have a real offensive coordinator. They were not showing him the lay of the land.
That was a dumpster
That's
fire
one of the reasons why
year.
Eberflus is with the Cowboys now. Not the head coach.
Speaking of Oklahoma, they take on Alabama. We'll have that preview as well as some great audio pertaining to UNT and what's going very well for them over the course of the next 2 hours as we close things out next.
It's been an active storm year in North Texas, and everywhere you go, the pitch is to replace your roof. At Blue Nail Roofing, we do a lot of roof replacements, but one of our specialties is helping homeowners keep the roof you have to save money and avoid an insurance claim. Before you go the route of replacing your roof, call us for a free second opinion inspection of your property and find out if you can save money by preserving your existing roof. Call 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today. Use the promo code TOLO. Score $100 in bonus entries and you make your first $5 fantasy entry, player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with $0 down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with $0 down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
By texting
asking $64,000. You agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Ownwell. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Sign up now, free. Don't pay unless you save. Text Dallas to 64,000. Text Dallas to 64,000. Text Dallas to 64,000.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party in something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
Save on your Thanksgiving must-haves at Whole Foods Market. You'll find it all. Fresh, no antibiotics ever turkeys start at $2.99 a pound. For dessert, win your table over with home-baked treats. Explore sales on baking essentials like spices, broths, and more from 365 brand, including plenty of organic options. Complete your spread with grab-and-go crowd pleasers like creamy mashed russet potatoes. Shop Thanksgiving savings now at Whole Foods Market. Terms apply.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This final segment of the Fan Jam is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Great work today, Dylan Moore. Appreciate you back there steering the ship. One final time, Will Chambers with the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
It's just like that. It is a one-score game in College Station. It could not have been a worse end to the first half for Marcel Reed and the Aggies, throwing 2 interceptions on 3 plays, leading to 10 points for the Gamecocks, going into the half, leading 30-3. Marcel Reed in the third quarter, 3 touchdown passes. It's now South Carolina 30, A&M 24 with 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter.
It's amazing. College football, it's all about momentum sometimes. There's no safe lead if the teams are pretty close. It's different if, you're Ohio State or Alabama or traditional power taking on directional state and you've got a, 40-point lead or 30-point lead. But if the teams are pretty much equal, anything could happen in the last half. And guess what? Aggies, it ain't over yet.
Oklahoma, The 11th ranked Sooners in Tuscaloosa to take on Alabama. We'll have coverage beginning in 15 minutes right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll also have later on tonight at 6:30 the number 1 Buckeyes, Ohio State hosting UCLA. I saw a report earlier that Nico Iamaleava, oh man, I just haven't said it for like 6 months.
I never tried.
Yeah.
Let's call him Nico.
I was nailing it last year.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like he's going to play. The Sooners last year had ended essentially Alabama's season. A 24-3 upset that all of us were all like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Well, let me say this. Sooner fans know this. They rarely play Alabama, but we always beat Alabama. I think we've only lost one time, and I think it was a bowl game or Kyler Murray was playing. Unfortunately, Kyler got hurt, and all of a sudden he wasn't playing until, he turned it on the second half, but it wasn't enough. That's the only time. Other than that,
this is their only second trip to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, they hardly ever play them. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Oklahoma is supposed to win. Alabama is a 6.5-point favorite. They're at home. But in my mind, it's almost like a coin flip. The OU Sooners had a bye week last week. Do you realize they've been preparing?
Absolutely.
We've been preparing for this game for 2 weeks. Mateer's looking back like Mateer again, not like the Texas game Mateer. So, I would not be surprised if OU won this game. But then again, Alabama fans feel like they're supposed to win this game.
I was listening to Fan University
which
on
is
the way
awesome.
in, and Carter, Jake, Brennan, all of them, and especially another Oklahoma man himself, Carter Freeman, and they all picked Alabama. Now, they did, at least Carter did, Oklahoma to cover, but they all had Bama winning. I think I like Oklahoma in this one. And I can't decide for myself if it's more about Oklahoma or if it is Alabama, and watching the Tide let, Missouri and South Carolina almost come back and beat them. And Georgia, too.
You can't quite trust them.
And they don't run the ball very well. So what's the best way to close out a team at home and win a ball game? Run the football. They don't do it very well. What do the Tide do well? They throw the ball down the field. I heard Carter talking about it. A lot of those intermediate routes over the middle of the field. Well, what is the strength? Well, Oklahoma's strength as a team is its defense.
The defensive line,
and their secondary is terrific.
Yep, and secondary is low-key terrific. Does that help Alabama's run game with that defensive line being active they are? And like I said, low-key, OU secondary is hard to handle. So, again, it's going to be fun.
The Sooners ranked 9th in passing success rate allowed. Now, Mateer in the last 4 games averaging just 5 yards per drop back. That's not going to get it done. But I like the Sooners today.
Who do you like in Athens, Georgia, hosting the Texas Longhorns?
It's Georgia. I'll say Texas's offensive line has been playing better. Arch Manning, what did he do? He had like a crazy amount of yards, but I don't think he attempted, or he didn't complete a pass more than 14 yards down the field. So against Vandy. Yeah, no, more than 17 yards down the field, even though he had 328 and 3 touchdowns. So, yeah, Sark is going to give you the eye candy, all that kind of stuff. Look, we all trust Georgia more than we trust Texas, right?
Exactly, and especially in Georgia.
Yeah.
With that being said, let's say A&M survives South Carolina. Plenty of time left, 1-score game. They're only down by 7. Who's the best team in the state of Texas? Is it Texas Tech?
It's A&M.
Is it A&M or is it Texas? I give Texas Tech. They just lost to Arkansas. ASU, Arizona State. That's the only loss.
Yeah. I think Texas Tech is really, really good. And if you wanted to argue with me that they're better than A&M, I think you've got a legitimate argument. I really like Marcel Reed. He had a disaster of the end of this first half, but he's looking like the really good Marcel Reed here in the third quarter.
There's a couple other schools that want to make an argument. Their fan base, Houston, SMU, because they've only got one conference loss in the AAC. excuse me. And then North Texas.
Yes, sir. Little update real quick, because this has huge implications right now between South Florida and their game with Navy. Navy had been leading this game like the whole way. They still do, 27-24. Leading South Florida, because this is going to be whether, which team is going to make it into the college football playoff.
Dun, dun, dun.
Big time implications.
For North Texas, the University of North Texas in Denton, the Mean Green. People are paying attention now. They're making noise. They're having a historic season. So much so. You ever heard about John Gruden's his little show he does on Barstool?
I know about it, although I haven't seen it.
Okay, so you can check this out on YouTube or look at some of the clips. Over the last year or so, whenever he's been doing this, it's real funny and it's comfortable. And he knows his stats and information. Schools and pro teams have been sending him boxes of swag. Guess what? He got a box from the Mean Green.
It's the Mean Green Eagle, man. But I tell you, they've had a lot of great players. But how about right now? 8-1. They got 3 games left. They got to play UAB, Rice, and Temple. They could go 11-1 and get a playoff berth. This head coach they got, his name is Eric Morris. He runs arguably the most exciting offense in the country. We've honored their quarterback, Drew Mestamaker. He's got about 3,000 yards passing. The Mean Green averages 45 points a game. I wonder what they call their offense. The Mean Green Machine on offense, baby.
Chucky! And they are leading UAB at the end of one, 21-0. It's 13:41 left to go between Navy and South Florida. Right now, Navy is holding on by 3.
The 972 says UT has the most talent in the state. SMU has the most moxie in the state. A&M has the best overall team in the state. And I think there's some red.
Not a lie told in that text.
Not a lie told, but there's an argument to be made from those guys up in Lubbock. And look, the Mean Green, please make the NCAA playoff.
I've got right now, I'll just kind of quickly do this, like my top 10, Ohio State, clearly. I had Iowa ahead of A&M because I think the wins on the road, Indiana, their win on the road in Iowa and Oregon, also blowing out Illinois. I like that resume a little bit better, even though the strength of schedule was pretty good for A&M. Then I've got Alabama and Georgia right there. My team that I thought after about week 3 was going to win the national title, I think is still a very, very good team, and that's Oregon. I know they haven't been as impressive as we kind of expect them to be. I still think that they're really good, but this may be turning into the Ohio State Invitational.
Dun, dun, dun.
And by the way, as I mentioned earlier, we will have the Buckeyes on tonight as they host UCLA. That'll be at 6:30 tonight, but of course, that is after the Crimson Tide host the Sooners live from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We've got Oklahoma and Alabama. It's all coming up next from Tuscaloosa. The 11th ranked Sooners.
Ignore Bobby Bell trying to distract you.
And the Tide. Bobby Bell running around.
Will's back.
I'm like, turn around. I'm going to go. College football next.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more.
You are worth more, and your car is worth more at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm Pete Thompson with a consumer team alert. With colder weather coming, don't be fooled by the quickie 30-minute tune-ups that many companies do. Call the on-time experts now. They'll thoroughly disassemble, clean, and reassemble your HVAC system and give you a no-breakdown guarantee so you know you'll be warm this winter. Normally, this tune-up is $199. For new customers that call right now, you'll pay just $59. Go to theontimeexperts.com.